the public present and anyone watching online on the council's YouTube channel to this extraordinary council meeting of Cambridge City Council. We are not expecting the fire alarm to go off. If it does, please leave everything and follow the exit sign on the Peace Hill side of the building and exit via Peace Hill door and assemble at St. Mary's Passage. Members of the public watching may see councillors using laptop and phone during the meeting. This is because many of us now use our laptop and phones to read the agenda, information pack, and speeches. And it enables us to contribute to the meeting in an effective way. As we now stream all meetings, members should be aware that the content of your devices may be caught on camera. We have a very full agenda tonight. I know we will have strong debate, but I ask the councillors to be precise and succinct and don't repeat each other. I hope we can have a good debate. I would also like to try and have a break around 7:30 p.m. for 20 minutes, hopefully at the conclusion of the extraordinary meeting. Agenda item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies? I have received apologies for Councillor Jenny Gothrowood. Are there any? Jenny? Yeah.
Councillor Griffin as well, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I have received apology from Councillor Harwood and Councillor Griffith.
Mayor, apologies from Councillor Anna Smith. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just going to check that you'd had the apology from Councillor Howard, but you've already mentioned his name.
Thank you. Agenda item 2, declaration of interest. Do members have any interest to declare on the item in the extraordinary meeting? Yes, please. Councillor Bajan, please.
Chair, I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign.
Thank you. Noted. Councillor Sam Carling.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I represent North West Cambridgeshire in Parliament, I consider myself to be conflicted on the local government reorganisation item, so I'll withdraw for that item.
Thank you. Councillor Tong, please.
Chair, I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
I'm a member of the Cambridge Unitaries campaign. Thanks.
Patrick, please. Patrick Shield, sorry. Councillor Mike Todd Jones, please.
I'm also a member of Unison, Chair.
Porter, please.
Yes, myself as well. I'm a member of Unison, Chair.
Katie Sombra, please.
I'm a member of CamCycle as well.
I'm a member of Unison and Cambridge Cycling Campaign.
Please.
I'm a member of Unison as well, Chair.
Are reminded that they can declare interest at any time during the meeting if anything occurs them during the debates. Now move on to agenda item 3, public questions. No public questions have been received for this extraordinary council meeting. Now, before we move on to the next item, I would like to commend the important contribution of Andrew Lim, Assistant Chief Executive, has made to this council. This is Andrew's last council meeting after nearly 15 years of servicing at Cambridge. During that time, He has been a key member of the officer leadership team, played a pivotal role in securing the Greater Cambridge City deal, and has helped to build the City Council capacity to take action on climate change, which has led to a number of national awards and commendations. On behalf of this council, I would like to thank him for his service and wish him all the best for his future. And I note that there are leaders, group leaders want to talk. Councillor Naomi Bennett, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to speak. Andrew was one of the first officers I met when I was elected in 2021, and he made my transition to becoming a councillor a lot easier. I wish him every happiness in his post-council career, and the Green Group has got a couple of small presents for him. So Andrew has been part of the history of Cambridge City Council. So we've got him a historical map of Cambridge. And also, he's been incredibly busy and not had much time for himself. So we've got him a book of Cambridge Hidden Walks so he can enjoy exploring the city he loves. So, Andrew, I'm just going to walk over and give you these.
I've known Andrew for many, many years, longer than perhaps both of us would wish to remember. And both when I was an officer at the county working with the city, but particularly since I become a councillor here, Andrew's intellect, his sensitivity and his insight has for me never been in doubt. If I want wise words, I'll go to Andrew. If I want to understand how central and local government work, I'll go to Andrew. If I want to understand unitary authorities, which is a kind of topical debate, I go to Andrew. When I want football advice, I don't go to Andrew, because Andrew supports Leeds United, and that's a very bad team in my world to support, nearly as bad as Newcastle. But despite all this, we've managed to cross a divide, and I wish him well in the future, where I have little doubt the talents that he offers in terms of insight into the public sector, but also more widely in terms of public policy, I hope will be snapped up. And I think it's really important that we, as an authority, recognise that when there's someone who almost demonstrates what is good public service, that should be applauded and congratulated. And for that, Andrew, I'm really grateful. Thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Mayor, do we as a council know how to show our appreciation? 15 years of dedicated hard work, and we invite Andrew to a council meeting. I'll ask Andrew if he's going to say anything, to avoid responding to that, because ever the diplomat, I know that he will avoid it. But I know from many conversations that I've had with Andrew that gassing between politicians seems only tangential to the job in hand. But Andrew understands the competitive electoral politics is part of the same continuum, which is essential for the democratic legitimacy and the rooting for place that I think makes local authorities like this an essential counterpoint to central government, which he knows a lot about too. Picked up outside, in a corridor outside this council, I had the comment, Cambridge City Council must be absolutely mad to let Andrew Lynn leave. In literal terms, I'll leave that there on the basis that the days of bondage servitude are now gone. But I'm sure many of us who have known and worked with Andrew understand where the speaker was coming from. Andrew has worked for both the Lib Dem and Labour administrations, and I personally worked very closely with him while negotiating the Greater Cambridge City deal. That was a multifaceted process of keeping local partners of different political colours, university and employers, all on the same page while trying to land our spacecraft within the periodically shifting boundaries of Whitehall. It was a challenge at which Andrew absolutely excelled, and he was key in finally clinching the overall agreement. And as part of that process, I remember particularly the discussions we had in trying to challenge the Treasury orthodoxy. We wanted a form of genuine financial devolution, funding the city deal from the actual growth in the local economy, represented by a share in increased tax revenues or tax increment funding. We sadly failed in achieving that, and the funding remained in the more traditional form that it's actually been. But this whole discussion demonstrated how, despite his renowned low ego approach, Andrew's intellect was absolutely indispensable and challenged the best in the land. And I'm sure that tax increment financing will have its day and will return one day. Andrew remained this council's ongoing officer partner for the Greater Cambridge Partnership, which emerged from the city deal. His insightful and self-effacing approach has been the glue which is needed to keep partnerships on the road through thick and thin. And I know that he's played similar roles in other partnerships and complex initiatives, and his contribution in those has all been invaluable. He's a real team player. So without tackling that corridor quote, I want to say that I personally will miss Andrew greatly. Working with him has always been a complete pleasure, and I think the council as a whole, whether they individually know Andrew or not, will learn to miss him too. I'm sure we all wish him well in his choices for the future and hope to see him around the city that I know he won't stop caring for even after finishing his work here. So I'd like to say good luck, Andrew, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I have worked with Andrew throughout my time as being a councillor, and although his work has been very wide-ranging throughout the council, for me, my work with him has been around climate change. And Andrew's support and hard work has been absolutely instrumental in the work that we've done to tackle climate change, to reduce our emissions as a council. And it's not always said in this council, certainly by me, but I have to agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Bick that I've really enjoyed working with Andrew. He's very diplomatic. As councillors, we always want more to be done with perhaps less officer time and money. So he's been very straightforward. I always understand when I'm asking Andrew for more, exactly where we stand on that, but he's also supported our ambitions to tackle climate change. He has been instrumental in the Cambridge Climate Leaders Group, and the success of that is highlighted by the fact that it's needed to split into two. He's an excellent chair, engaging with all the groups, and that's why he's so widely respected across the city. And I personally will really miss working with Andrew, and well, certainly within the council, but I hope that we'll be able to work together, certainly on groups around the city. And I bump into Andrew, we live quite near each other, so I'm sure I'll still see him cycling around. So thank you very much for all your support. It's really much appreciated.
Now we turn to agenda item 4A, Civic Affairs Committee proposal for revised governance arrangements and updated Cambridge City Council Constitution. Members, I would like to have an overall time limit of 30 minutes for this item, and I have agreed this with group leaders. The recommendations are contained on page number 5 of the agenda, and now I would like to, Councillor Sam Calling to address the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And just for clarity for anyone watching, I'm introducing this report as having chaired the governance design group that's put together the proposals. So it's a huge privilege to be presenting the report. The governance design group has been meeting regularly since last May, and we've made huge progress in putting together this system in a really collaborative way. Can I start by thanking the other group members? So that's Councillors Robertson, Simon Smith, Councillors Bick and Bennett. I'd like to particularly thank Councillors Bick and Bennett as they came into this process disagreeing with the direction of travel overall, but they've engaged really constructively, and I know this proposal today is much, much better as a result of that. We had 4 key design principles in mind throughout this process set by the predecessor governance reference group, and just to briefly highlight those, they were that decision-making should be timely, focused and efficient, that decision-making should be accountable and subject to appropriate, proportionate and effective scrutiny and challenge, that our governance system and decision-making processes should be transparent, easy to understand and engage with, both for councillors, officers and members of the public, as well as being evidence-based and democratic. And then finally, that our decision-making, governance systems and culture should allow different points of view to be explored and considered and should encourage collaboration and consensus. There are a number of problems with our current system, but I just want to highlight 3 of them to remind us how we got here and why we're doing this. First of all, our system is really slow. With only 4 scrutiny cycles per year, a significant amount of planning has to go into when we schedule issues, and when things arise out of cycle, we have to make urgent decisions semi-regularly without going through the proper process. Now, all councils have to do that, regardless of governance system, but having a more agile set of arrangements will mean it happens less often, and so a democratic oversight and input can be improved. Secondly, our system is pretty far from transparent. When residents look at meetings, it's very difficult to see who is actually making decisions. Our existing scrutiny committees take votes, but they're only advisory. And the Housing Scrutiny Committee makes this even more apparent with sections where our tenant reps can't even vote in an advisory capacity. And finally, our scrutiny is seriously ineffective. At present, executive councillors essentially lead the agenda, bringing items forward for scrutiny, and it's all being done as pre-scrutiny in a short-term way. There's very little long-term scrutiny of our policy decisions, which I think is something all parties should welcome in the spirit of being more accountable and making better decisions for our residents. Tonight marks the conclusion of our work to address that by voting to confirm whether or not the Council wishes to move to the Leader in Cabinet model of governance in the structure outlined in the papers, subject to final approval of the new constitution at the AGM, which will give effect to those changes. This will provide real scrutiny for our council, providing the ability for everyone to contribute meaningfully to council policy and to do so in a way where non-cabinet members take the lead on deciding where to focus. And it'll allow us to carry out deeper work on decisions, not just that are coming up, but also those that have already been taken. And it'll enhance the role of our tenant and leaseholder representatives, allowing them to take more ownership of the agenda on issues that matter most to them, as well as providing more space for them to also raise issues in a meaningful way through our improved housing board. So to very briefly talk through the key aspects of the proposal, we're proposing to move from our current hybrid system, which is already legally classified as a Leader in Cabinet model because responsibility for policy decisions sits with executive councillors. Under the new proposals, most decisions will be made collectively by Cabinet, apart from the decisions reserved for full council, which are broadly the same as they are now because those are set out in legislation, so to speak. And our 4 scrutiny committees, insofar as we can call them that, will become 2 highly focused overview and scrutiny committees that provide genuine overview and scrutiny, with agendas set by those committee members in line with their own priorities. Those will be joined by a housing board formed from councillors as well as tenant and leaseholder representatives, which will take on responsibility substantially for the part of the Housing Scrutiny Committee agenda for which tenant representatives can currently take part in, leaseholder representatives as well. We'll provide more space on the agendas for broader issues to be discussed as well, operating similarly to a scrutiny committee, but not legally classified as one, essentially in order to make sure that we can keep our tenant and leaseholder representatives with their existing or greater powers and voice. And I know that's something I hope we all agree on. And smaller changes will be made to our regulatory committees in terms of their governance, just to ensure we're keeping to best practice, with most of that just being in terms of reference changes, nothing functional really, apart from the formation of an employment committee, which I would say is the most notable change. So in that spirit, I commend this report to the Council.
Thank you. Is there any debate? There are 5 minutes for opposition spokes. Thank you, Councillor Bick.
Mr Mayor, over the past year, on behalf of my colleagues, as Councillor Carling has said, I've tried to contribute constructively in developing this new cabinet model, which is not my group's preference. Even if it's not something we want, though, it's been sensible, so far as we're concerned, to make it as operable and as good as possible within what we think are the considerable constraints that the cabinet model imposes. I'd like to, from this side, thank Councillor Carling, who has led the working group, I think in an open and a pragmatic way over the past year. But I'm afraid I have some other comments to make as well. In the process, members opposite have spoken positively and well about the involvement and the participation of opposition and backbench members in the new system. But I have to report that this has not so far fully shown up in what has been agreed in the all-important details that we've seen in draft form. If independent and challenging scrutiny is as important as members opposite have told us, indeed they've said it is an actual gain from the new system, we don't understand why the frequently dangled principle of opposition chairs of the two overview and scrutiny committees, which has been confirmed to us all as sector best practice, has not so far been full-heartedly accepted in the new constitution. And with fewer committees allowing the participation of backbench elected members in the affairs of the council, full council becomes that much more important an opportunity for involvement and connection. It will be the only way for some of even knowing who else is on the council. So we do not understand the unrelenting insistence of members opposite in significantly reducing the time available for debate and discussion at full council. We agree that extremes need reining in. Indeed, we've been willing to agree reduced speaking allocations where it makes sense, but think that there is such a thing as taking this too far and a danger of making debate and discussion too much at the discretion of the majority group, which may well find it's sometimes inconvenient to them and lending itself too much to practices like filibustering. The good news is that the new constitution isn't yet finished, so there is time to resolve these matters by consensus. And in that respect, I have a different perspective from Councillor Carling because the detail has not all been finalised yet. I don't imagine that that's going to happen, though, by discussion tonight, and I'm not encouraging or inviting that necessarily. There are also a range of other issues of detail in the draft that I have seen, which look to be actual mistakes, but we can't be absolutely sure about that until they're rectified, and that actually hasn't happened yet either. So at this stage, we feel we're fundamentally where we were at the meeting that we had last May, where all we really knew about was the principle, which we opposed then, and though it is now a little bit more, has a bit more flesh on it. Some of the important elements which could mitigate the principle for us are still not clear, and some are details which need cleaning up. We will take both a global and a deeper look at the new constitution when the whole document comes back to us in May. It would be important to say that it would be pretty odd if Labour members drive through a new constitution only with their own members in support. A constitution is for all parts of this council and needs to be respected by us all. What is adopted to serve you as an administration needs also to serve you as an opposition. This is how we are approaching this matter, albeit the other way round. As we haven't moved much further than the principle, we will again vote against tonight. Meantime, we live in hope that members opposite, especially including backbench members opposite, will at the 11th hour take a rain check on their view of the principle of the cabinet model, that, or at least seek consensus with us on the remaining issues which would knock the worst edges off the proposed new system in our view. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Tong.
Hello. Now, I will leave the informative, incisive criticism to my colleague, Councillor Bennett. But before I do, I wanted to briefly speak from the perspective more of a resident, because on the outside, a number of people think the council is in a bit of a state of pandemonium at the moment, because not only are we reorganising with this review, we are then potentially going to be reorganised again into the unitary. And it just seems to quite a few people there isn't a clear vision for Cambridge, and these decisions are being made effectively on the fly. The left arm isn't talking with the right arm. So I would love to know, if possible, how much money and time has been spent on this already, because that looks like it's going to end up completely wasted.
Councillor Martin Smart, please.
That's all a bit negative, Chair. So Sam, thanks. You've done a really good job on this project, I believe. And I think, I don't know if it's really related, but being an MP has really given you a sense of distance from the subject matter, I believe, but as a councillor as well, obviously. And, you know, I did a bit of work at the Star, tried to stop people arguing, that kind of thing. But Sam, you've done all the detailed work, and boy, did we need it. And I think we've come up with a really good result. If you look back over 20 years, we started with a thing called a hybrid system, which, when I first heard about it, I thought, my God, what's that? And I finally got to understand, and I thought, no, we don't want that. That's just a bad system. And now we're going forward with a system that, again, confusingly, is called a cabinet system, which is actually the same as the executive system we've got, but it's just called by a different name. But anyway, it's a much better system. It's more fit for purpose. It's what councils use. And it's going to make us be in a position to go forward with a unitary authority, with a system for this council and for the new council, the unitary council, to perform much better for our residents. That's the important thing, that we can do work well. One of the main things, I won't go into too much detail, Chair, but just one of the main things was scrutiny. There was a complete lack of scrutiny. When I took this out to consultation and discussion with other people outside the council, they were, what can I say, mad that we just didn't really scrutinise our work. But we are going to do that going forward with overview and scrutiny panels. And I think those are going to be really good things that we just haven't had in the past. And, you know, I suppose, you know, we should have had it before, maybe, but we're going to have it soon. So that's the best thing. So all I can say, Chair, is this is going to be a really good system, and thanks to Sam and for others on the other side for working so well with him to get this passed.
Thank you, Councillor Tombra, please.
Oh, yes, I'd like to thank Councillor Carling and all the members of the committee, including Bennett and Councillor Pick, for the work they put in. I'd also like to thank the members of the Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee, who I feel actually, within the current system, do a pretty good job of checking and engaging in the work that we're doing. So thank them. But also, I also want to thank the officers involved in planning, because at the moment they work with, we have shared planning, so they work with a system in South Cambs, and then they work with our system. And the more I've understood about it, the more I'm impressed by the way they've dealt with the two systems. And I think that going forward in the next civic year, it will be much easier for them, because we'll be following almost exactly the same system. And I look forward to the details being finalised at the AGM, but also recognise that the Constitution's a live document, so that going forward in the future, there can continue to be amendments when needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robert Dryden, please.
The Mayor, I wasn't going to say too much about, but now we're on about going back in the past, which was just mentioned. I've got to say that as this May come in, I've been a councillor on this council for 30 years, and I would say that the old committee system was a lot better.
Gardner Smith.
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up on something that Councillor Bick said. I'm of the view that very few sensible decisions are made beyond about 10 o'clock at night. And I think that the proposal to limit full council meetings is a very good one and very important one, particularly when it comes to the inclusion of councillors with young children, young families, caring responsibilities. You know, there are many reasons why a more concise debate and opportunity for public scrutiny obviously being critical at full council would be, I think, a very wise decision for this council and would help to, you know, enable us to be a more inclusive council for councillors who have those different responsibilities and find it more difficult to have extremely lengthy meetings.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to explain why I will not be voting for this proposal. As Councillor Carling and Councillor Bick have said, the move to lead a cabinet model was not one that's supported by either the Green Group or the Lib Dem Group. And I want to share my reasons why we don't support that model with you. And also make some general comments on the implementation process. I'm aware that as a minority group, we don't make the decisions here, and our job is simply to make them a little bit less worse. So I also want to make some very brief comments about implementation. So, returning to my first point, at a time when most people in the business world are paying large sums of money to switch to modern data-driven approaches and more collaborative styles of decision-making, we're going back in time to lead a cabinet. Like Councillor Dryden, I would prefer a move to the committee system. I understand that leader cabinet decisions are faster, but the issue is not the speed of a decision, but the quality. And a more consultative process, such as committee, normally produces better decisions. I note Councillor Gardner-Smith's comments about meetings that go on late at night. In my day job profession, late night meetings are a known risk factor for making mistakes and poor decisions. So I compliment Councillor Gardner-Smith on raising this important point, which I totally agree with. And I said that I wanted to make some comments about implementation. The report on this talks about the importance of culture and training, but we have not left time in the implementation process for a training programme before we start. We have not even finished the Constitution. I feel that we have spent a year agreeing to agree and not actually producing and debating in detail the new Constitution and the new training requirements needed to implement this safely. So for that reason, I will be voting no, and I hope my fellow Greens will support me on that. Thank you.
Councillor Mike Davey, please.
Very briefly, just to say thank you to Councillor Carling for all his work over the last year, and before that, Councillor Martin Smith for his work in taking us forward. I find it very difficult to understand Councillor Bick's point about here we are a year later and nothing's happened, because there seems to be an awful lot of paper that would tend to indicate the reverse is actually the case. And I understand you've been going to a lot of meetings over the course of that time. The other 2 points I'd like to make briefly. Chairing a meeting is about chairing a meeting to ensure voices are heard. That, to me, doesn't mean it necessarily has to be an opposition person that chairs a meeting. What it means to me is a good chair needs to chair the meeting to ensure that scrutiny takes place. And that's the responsibility of the chair, not because they have a badge saying Lib Dem on. The other thing I'd say is if council cabinet meetings are going backwards, why is it the overwhelming majority across the country are moving to cabinet and leader meetings? And that's the way it is. So that's simply to say that if that was the case, I look forward to seeing South Cambs move to a committee system in due course. The point I'm trying to make here is an awful lot of work's been done. To date, it's been collaborative, and now suddenly, when we come to the last minute of approval, it suddenly seems to be, oh, no, not quite. And that seems to be against the spirit in which Councillor Carling has led this work. Thank you very much.
Councillor Rosie Moore, please.
Thank you. I am a bit surprised that there isn't more support from the opposition to move to a new model where there is actual scrutiny and opposition councillors have an opportunity to be involved in strategy, planning new policies, being able to call areas in, get officers to work for them collaboratively with the ruling group. I see this as a really positive step forward. I think it'll be a massive change culturally for all of us. We're very oppositional in this hybrid system, and we're going to have to, if it's going to work, and we want to do the best for our residents and the council, which, although we disagree on our politics, I imagine that everyone in this chamber does, we will have to work collaboratively together in this new system, and it'll give great opportunities to really improve the council. I disagree, I'm afraid, around the speed of decision making. I think speed is important for some areas. Of course, you want speed and quality, but we've had to make a lot of decisions in the past couple of years very quickly. And I'd just like to remind councillors that the reason that we're making this change is because we had a report from the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny, which is an independent body, who said our scrutiny is not fit for purpose because we don't have any. I am an exec councillor, so it will be me, assuming I keep some sort of role, that is open to being scrutinised. And I think that that's a really positive step forward for this council. Thank you. And thank you, Sam, and the whole group for all your work on it.
Councillor Simon Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too have to begin by thanking Councillor Carling. He's chaired the governance design group meetings in an exemplary manner. It was almost a model of how to chair a meeting, and he's allowed free discussion and debate and listened very, very carefully to what every member of the committee has had to say. We've processed a lot of excellent reports from the officers as well. I pay tribute to all the work that they have done too, because this is a complex process. But as Councillor Moore has just said, we have acted on an independent report from the Centre for Governance Scrutiny, which was basically highly critical of our existing governance system. And no wonder, because it was a Liberal Democrat model, and it's a unique one. If it was that good, then it would have been copied elsewhere across the country, but it's remained unique, and there must be a good reason for that, because it's not very good. And so, and it's not very good because it doesn't allow backbenchers or the opposition much room for scrutinising the decision-making process, which in turn is not agile. It goes through a quarterly meeting. If it doesn't, as Councillor Carling said, we have to go through an executive decision, which is just referred to the spokes. It has not much, there isn't much discussion or debate around that. So I welcome this model, because what it's going to do is it's going to hold the administration, in whatever colour that they are, to account. And it'll be backbenchers and opposition members that will be able to do that, because no one's going to be whipped in scrutiny. And the people on the scrutiny, the chairs and the vice chairs, will be able to look at the forward programme. They'll be able to decide which of these most strategic issues are coming up. They want to scrutinise in depth. They'll get support from an officer to help them put all the data and information together. They can draw on outside experts, bring people in to advise them, and hold the cabinet and the executive councillors to account. Because what we want is better scrutiny, that's better decision making, that's more open and more transparent. This is a big step forward for this council, and I strongly support it, because when I was elected here in 2021, I couldn't believe how bad the decision-making was because of the lack of scrutiny. And now we're changing that, and it's a very, very positive development for this council. Now, I'm just going to ask, deal with the point that's been made by Councillor Tong, which is we'll be going into a unitary. Other councils have the cabinet model. We will have the most up-to-date constitution, and the odds are, we've done all the work, the odds are there's going to be a lot of work to do when we have to go into a unitary, and this part of the job has been done. Thank you.
Councillor Martinelli, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think in those 3 consecutive speeches, we've heard why our group is concerned about this approach. We've had a clear sort of explanation from Councillor Moore that this proposal will enhance scrutiny and we should in fact be grateful for it. We've heard from Councillor Davey how who the chair is isn't really that important, they're just there to control the committee. And then we've heard a paragraph from Councillor Smith about how important the chair and the vice chairs are, they'll be bringing the agenda forward. These are not consistent positions to hold, and I think we need to decide one way or the other. Our group would clearly be in favour of having the chairs and or at least the chairs held by opposition members, which, as Councillor Bicker said, is best practice, and that to me is the crux of this disagreement this evening. Thank you.
Now, we have allowed 30 minutes for this item, so now we have 25 minutes, and I have to give 5 minutes right to reply. So, okay, I'll take it, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and be brief. I think members opposite need to think about how the scrutiny happens. If the chair is a member of the ruling group, they may not be whipped, but they will be talking about their friends and their own political party. They are naturally not going to be such good scrutinizers of their own group. It is best practice that the opposition chairs scrutiny groups. That's across the board. The reason that there are more councils with a leader cabinet model is that they were forced to do so by legislation in 2000. There has been a slow drift back. So I think people need to think about how and where the opposition gets to make their points of scrutiny. We're going down from 4 scrutiny committees down to 2. It'll be more difficult to cover everything that's there, that comes up. And I think these scrutiny committees are going to be very pressed for time. It is really not in the spirit of all the discussions that we've had. I was part of the governance group last year. They've been going on for a while. It is not in that spirit to say now, at the end, that scrutiny chairs are not going to be led by the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Now, Councillor Sam Carling, right to reply. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I've been taking diligent notes while everyone's been speaking, so hopefully I can respond to everything. First of all, I didn't expect either of the opposition groups to support this tonight. I did hope they might abstain, perhaps after all of the collaborative work that we've done, but a whole host of new issues have been raised here that no one's come to speak to me about, which is unfortunate. But here we are. Political U-turns are, of course, very difficult. Now, in terms of opposition chairs, which has come up a few times, this is a constitutional matter. It's one of those bits of detail that Councillor Bick was talking about. No one has expressed an opinion either way. It's a discussion we just haven't got round to yet because we've had very busy agendas, as everybody knows. We've had very full-on meetings. We will have that discussion. We just haven't done it yet. And then that decision is to be made in May. I get a little bit frustrated, I suppose, when we hear this point around fewer committees allowing less participation from backbench members. This council has 42 members. If 10 of them are members of the cabinet, that leaves 32. If you sort of divide that by 8, I mean, you get into a position where 3 out of every 4 councillors who are not a member of the cabinet would very easily be able to have a position on a scrutiny committee or the housing board, and the numbers of these things can be adjusted to and fro. So I think it's really not necessarily an issue to talk about that. In terms of the full council being curtailed, members of the Governance Design Group will know we spent quite a lot of time talking about essentially how we stop spending hours and hours and hours on a Thursday evening talking about politically driven motions that won't have an impact. And the proposal that the Labour Group put forward, well, I say the Labour Group, I and my colleagues put forward, was that we limit the number of motions to 1 per group, in essence. But we can't require that under the law, essentially. So in the absence of an ability from the opposition party to agree a way forward on that, and this was the Green Group that wouldn't agree to that, we had no choice really but to say, well, we've got to deal with this problem, and the only option available to us is to curtail the meeting length. So, you know, if we didn't have so many motions coming forward every time, it wouldn't be necessary, is the brutally honest answer there. Now, in the draft constitution, yes, I agree with Councillor Vick, there are some issues, some mistakes. It's a 300-page document, that's going to happen. Obviously, this is why we've got 2 months to go through and make sure it's where we want it to be before it's approved at the Council AGM, and that's why we didn't bring it for approval at this meeting, because we want to have that time to go through and solve those. So, yeah, there are a couple of things in there that I would agree with Councillor Vick, is not quite what we agreed with the Government Design Group. We will sort it out. I reassure him on that front. In terms of the new constitution, Councillor Vick expressed a view that it shouldn't be sort of driven through by the ruling group. But what we've heard is that the opposition parties are not going to accept anything here. They've been very clear that they disagree with the principle. I think we have to be honest here, they're never going to vote for it. And therefore, it's very difficult to sort of then also say, you shouldn't be driven through by the ruling group. If you want that to be the case, we've got to have a compromise here somewhere, which I'm afraid doesn't seem to be forthcoming. Councillor Tong, you asked very specifically how much money and time has been spent thus far. The answer is that the budget for the project was £150,000, most of which has been spent, but there is a pot remaining for training purposes and some just for final constitution drafting. Someone made the point just now, I'm afraid I've forgotten who it was, maybe Councillor Smith, just in terms of, as potentially we move towards a unitary authority anyway, a significant amount of money would have been needed to draft a new governance system for that unitary authority. And actually, we may well make significant savings now from having done a whole bunch of the work. And also, by bringing in a system that keeps our tenant and leaseholder reps that we're all very passionate about, we increase really the chance that we'll have that as a negotiating tool to be able to keep that under a new unitary authority as well. So this work has been incredibly worthwhile, regardless of if we then start to move to another authority. Councillor Bennett, just to cover a couple of your points briefly, you're saying that the Legion Cabinet system is less collaborative. You know, we've had this discussion, I appreciate we disagree on it, but just to kind of give my perspective, and I think the broader perspective, committee systems, if we're brutally honest, lead to political parties of pretty much all colours pre-agreeing how they will vote and then going through essentially with a bit of theatre. Under a leader and cabinet system, we have proper focused scrutiny both in advance of decisions and about broader council policies. And then there is time for that to then be worked through and for the cabinet of the ruling group to consider that properly. It significantly helps to make things actually significantly more collaborative under the system through the scrutiny process. In terms of training, Councillor Bennett, you said that there's been no training. There will be training, but there was no point in having training before we've agreed what we're doing. Hence, we're having this meeting and then we'll have a training programme come forward. And if you have specific suggestions for what you want to be included in that, then of course they're always welcome. And yes, the Constitution isn't finished. Same response to Councillor Bick. It's several hundred pages. There are going to be some issues. We want to make sure we get it right. We've got 2 months. And then Councillor Young, just to respond to your point finally, you know, you talked about sort of scrutiny committee agendas being overloaded. I think there's a fundamental cultural problem we have here where we've tried to scrutinise everything as a council, regardless of how small it may be. It may be something quite small and technical. It may be grant allocations, which actually, you know, rather than having a whole hour discussion at a committee, it could be dealt with in about 2 or 3 emails if a councillor's got a specific question. We need to get more into that cycle of, you know, trying to be more constructive and really focus our scrutiny where it's needed and where it will have the biggest impact, rather than just trying to cover everything superficially, which doesn't work. So, again, I commend the report to the council and hope it is supported.
Councillor McPherson, you being the chair of Civic Affairs Committee, you have the right to respond. Do you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have 1 or 2 points, but they've already been covered, so I will speak no further.
Thank you. So, members, now we will move to the electronic vote.
Wrong one. It's all my fault.
Therefore, the voting is 21 in support and 15 against and 1 abstention. Therefore, the motion is carried. Now, agenda item 4B, Civic Affairs Committee, constitutional changes to the Cambridge City Council in regards of planning. The recommendations are contained on page number 33 within the agenda. Members, I would like to have an overall time limit of 20 minutes for this item, and I have agreed this with group leaders. Is there any debate? Who's presenting that? Councillor Thombra, are you proposing it? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Thombra, I would like you to address the council. Thank you.
Well, I would like to thank the planning committees, the 3 planning committees, not just the Cambridge City Council Planning Committee, for all of their work in over a couple of years, discussing how the planning committee works and making many suggestions which were all taken on board to bring forward the changes that we're proposing. And I know that it was discussed in quite a lot of detail at Civic Affairs a couple of weeks ago, where the Director of Planning, Stephen Kelly, answered many questions, and I think that cleared up a lot of questions. So I hope that it's clear now and I can answer any questions, but I hope that you'll accept the recommendation and support this. Thank you.
Are there any debate on this? Thank you. Councillor Porter, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Again, thanks to the 3 planning committees. We've all considered this at some length. I think generally from our side, like Councillor Thorburn, we are broadly supportive of this. It makes sense for residents, never mind ward councillors, to have the same process across the 3 committees that affect the areas of Cambridge and South Cambs. And I think it's also useful to have the clearer guidance for ward councillors, planning members, and for residents, just to understand things like a bit more about what material objections are, when you can call in and what's valid. I think we do need to keep a close eye on the new sort of delegation panel. This is something South Cambs have been operating for a while. They publish their decisions, which I think is welcome. And I'm reassured, you know, we do have a 12-month review, which I know all of us on committee, and I think particularly Councillor Thornborough, myself, and Councillor Smart and Bajan, who I think were on the planning review group, will be, and Councillor Bennett as well, I think, will be keeping a very close eye on. I have sought some reassurances myself about, for the first year, if it's a borderline decision, it really should come to committee rather than go through the Office of Delegation, just so we're making sure we're not missing anything, and that will be fed back at the end of the year. And I do have some reservations still about prior approvals being delegated, and I have sought assurances from the head of planning that if there's a controversial prior approval, so these are applications where there's fewer opportunities to object, because some things are sort of by default through the National Planning Policy Framework. I was thinking of various masts we've had in the area, that would come to committee. It wouldn't be taken as officers for delegation. It would kind of count as something that might be controversial. And again, I think for us, the 12-month review, the record keeping that officers have done up to now and will continue to keep doing is really important, because it is good to make the best use of planning committee's time as well as residents' time. But we will, I'm sure, across party be keeping a close eye just to make sure this does bed in well and that we aren't out any problems at the 12-month review. So again, I'm sure we'd all welcome members' feedback when you do have experience if you're sitting as ward councillor rather than on planning. Thank you.
Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Like Councillor Porter and Councillor Thornborough, I've been on the planning committee that has produced these recommendations. And like Councillor Porter, I broadly support them. I believe that harmonising the practices of South Cambridgeshire District Council and Cambridge City Council will mean that officers are able to work more productively, fewer missed deadlines, more time to spend on major items, and an improvement in risk management will result. My only concern is, will we have an opportunity to do the 12-month review that Councillor Porra has suggested, and I strongly support, before our planning powers are taken away by some development group or even transferred up to a combined authority? But I think we have to travel hopefully and hope for a reprieve on that. Thank you.
Councillor Clough, please.
Thank you. I'm afraid it's relatively late in the game to be understanding these changes, but now I have to say I'm rather concerned about the whole concept of the delegation panel. Certainly in my ward, where we are attempting to keep in track and check some of the issues which have happened, we feel that it's important that the councillors, as local representatives, have that ability to call in and feel the confidence that they will get to planning committee. And the planning committee is a very good forum for addressing those concerns. So I'm not really going to be able to support this proposal as it is. Thank you.
Any other debate? So, Councillor Katie Tombra, you have the right to respond.
Yeah, so I think the Cambridge City Planning Committee is, I think, an extraordinary committee and really demonstrates democracy at its best. And it's actually being upheld by the government and across the country that people should look at how we do it in Cambridge. So we have just for when a councillor calls in an application at the moment, it is decided by a case officer whether it can come in or not. It's not a clear-cut thing. You do not have the right to bring it in without the case officer deciding. Now what is going to happen, rather than one person deciding, it will go to the delegation committee, which will include the chair, the vice chair, and officers who are independent of the planning application to make the decision. And I think it's actually much more a better way of deciding what comes in. And without a doubt, public interest applications will come in, whether they're a telegraph tower or PV panels on historic buildings. And the 12-month review is absolutely necessary, and I think the planning service are very good at doing reviews and taking on consultations. We pride ourselves on doing that, and we'll certainly do that for our own review. And also, there's I don't know where, I don't think you need to worry, Councillor Bennett, because there's no discussion about changing legislation for planning committees at the moment. It is all the discussions about what might happen to Cambridge in the future recognises the strength of the planning service and the planning committee. So I have faith in what we've got, and we need to continue to be the best and an example to all others. And I really appreciate all of the committee members and the chair and the decisions we make collectively, and I hope you can all support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson, you being the chair, you have the right to respond. Do you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One point has already been covered. I just had a small point to bring up, and that was because it was brought up a number of times, and that is on page 153 of the pack, which says a number of minor drafting amendments are proposed to the document that remove the 3-minute time limit upon elected members of the council speaking at planning committee. So that 3-minute limit that was in the original document has been removed, and it is written in here on page 153. Thank you so much.
Members, now we will move on to electronic voting. The voting starts now. In support, we have 35 votes, and against 2, abstention 0. Therefore, the recommendation is carried. Now, we move on to agenda item 5, local government reorganization. Members, I would like to have an overall time of 45 minutes for this item, and I have agreed this with group leaders. Does Councillor Davy wish to propose the report? You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I shall be brief, Mr. Mayor. You'll note, Council, this is to note, so there isn't a vote here, but I was very keen, given the interest, quite rightly so, in the future of this council, that there should be an early discussion in relation to what is happening. And I think what I'm proposing is that I'll introduce it, outline why we're doing this, but happy to take questions and comments, which then feed into the overall debate. As people will be aware, there was a white paper published just before Christmas proposing local government reorganisation and a number of devolution items that would go to the Mayor. Because we have a combined authority in this area, the impact of the devolution is less felt than in other parts of the country, and we only have to look to the east to see the discussions that are taking place in Norfolk and Suffolk, who are going through the process around becoming combined authority. I also think it's worth noting, and we're recognising Councillor Bick's motion, 15 months ago now, as amended, that meant that on this journey we had already begun. And so we were already looking at a unitary status in some capacity for Cambridge, and there's data in there about how some of the information has been fed back and how the views of the public have been incorporated within the initial thinking by the City Council. Following on from the White Paper's publication, as you can imagine, there's been significant discussions that have taken place between chief executives of the constituent groups, so that's the 5 districts and the county, although clearly the combined authority has also been involved, and with the leaders across all 7 of those bodies. And we've had a number of meetings which have been, on the whole, quite productive, trying to establish a collaborative and collective approach. And that's really important. So there's 2 things that just to really stress in the course of today's discussion. One is around the need to have a collective decision, if at all possible, across the combined authority area. Government are really clear that that's their preferred option. That doesn't mean to say it has to happen, but clearly it's a lot easier for government, it's a lot easier for us, if all those 7 constituent bodies, particularly the 6, excluding the combined authority, can agree as to the way forward. And I'll come back to that in a second because that informs what's before you tonight. The second thing that's dominated a lot of the discussions within Cambridgeshire and Peterborough is the population figure. And this is really important. The population figure that the white paper indicated was 500,000, but there can be exceptions. There can be exceptions if you can prove the nature of growth that's going to affect a particular geography area, and also that you can afford it, because the 500,000 figure is there to indicate financial accountability and financial viability, i.e., is it big enough to run adult social care and children's social care? We've done some work locally about that to look at the viability, and we've involved a number of organisations together with South Cambs to look at what is financially viable, and that will come out and will feed into the discussions overall over the course of the next 6 months. There are in essence 2 deadlines. First of all, March the 21st, which is when we respond to Jim McMahon's initial letter indicating, are you ready to go and move forward with the proposals around unitary authority? And again, I repeat, we've tried to find a collective and collaborative approach rather than letting councils do their own thing. And that's worked well. It's really important to stress that's really worked well. And when you see what's happening elsewhere in the country, it demonstrates that commitment to try and find a way forward. Not to say we don't break ranks in due course, because that depends upon what's right for the city. And we have to take that in mind. But so far, there's been an adherence to that desire to work collaboratively. Really important again to stress, and that this letter is going around all the constituent authorities over the course of the next 2 weeks. The one exception to that, who didn't agree to the letter, was actually Fenland District Council, and they've had their discussion. The letter outline has been agreed by all of the authorities concerned, and it's been done within Chatham House rules, as you can probably imagine. So there's been options outlined that we're going to then be discussed, but we felt the one thing we could do was go back to McMahon and say we're working collaboratively. And that's the approach that I think is the right one for the county in Peterborough at the moment. So therefore I would commend this approach to you, I'd commend the letter to you, but obviously I'm happy to take questions and answer any questions and concerns that you have at this stage during the course of this debate. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Davey, do you have a seconder for this proposal?
It's for noting, Mr. Mayor, it's not for vote.
Is there a debate? Group leaders, I'm proposing 5 minutes for each of you and all other members in debate for 3 minutes, please. Councillor Biggs, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank Councillor Davey and officers for this report. And I'd like to welcome the developments themselves towards a unitary council for Cambridge. It's a goal that I have pursued over much of the time I've been a member of this council, and I've found that over that time, the evidence for it has only kept on increasing. In the cause of simplicity, accountability and joined up government for the people of the city, I continue to believe it's the right thing to do. It's understood by, I was going to say everyone, but almost everyone, that to achieve these objectives, there is to some degree a trade-off between those objectives and size, unless we are to give birth to financially unsustainable unitary councils, which we should hope to avoid. This is certainly reinforced by the government's own guidance. So the question that is tantalisingly not answered in these papers, for the reasons I understand that Councillor Davey has given, is what is to be the geographic footprint for a new unitary council covering Cambridge. I understand the process that Councillor Davey has described of leaders and chief executives of the existing local authorities that's going on, and we all must await that outcome with interest. But it is an odd process. It gives no voice at all to anyone beyond the majority groups on the existing councils. I respect the constraints and the process that go with what Councillor Davey is involved in, but as the leader of one of those main opposition groups, I do feel free to comment. I want to say there's a lot of support within the city for a unitary council, comes from the frustration with the unavoidable dynamics of Cambridgeshire County Council as an institution. It's not a party political point, but an observation about a unit which really struggles to focus on the issues for which Cambridge and the area closest to it are always the awkward exception. The county lacks sufficient shared community identity, and if it were to turn itself into a whole county unitary, we would be severely going backwards rather than forwards. We don't hear much about that as a possible solution, and for us that is good, and I think that's good because the frustration is probably mutual around the county and not only coming from us. For this to work for Cambridge, the unitary boundary needs to be drawn much closer, I think. The most obvious building block for us as a city is the footprint of Greater Cambridge. And I've been clear about that for many years personally. It's strategically why, when as leader of this council, we launched the sharing of services between the city and South Cambridgeshire, the preparation of coordinated local plans between the two councils, and why we negotiated the Greater Cambridge City deal, which has been mentioned earlier, to address the transport infrastructure gap we both shared. These were initiatives which have weathered and prospered under different political complexions in both South Cambridgeshire and the County Council over time, and they have been sufficiently logical and robust for Labour in this council to have worked with and developed them since they've been running the council here. They speak, I think, to an underlying truth that goes a bit deeper than even the party politics, that as near as existing boundaries allow, the Greater Cambridge footprint represents a shared local economy, shared needs and prospects for the future, and an interdependency that a high proportion of people live and work every day. But should it be bigger? My instinct is no. In my view, the trade-off between simplicity and size needs constraining as tightly as possible on the size end. We should not want the unitary to be bigger than it really needs to be, and we shouldn't want to create undue distance between it and the citizen. We also should seek to avoid diluting the urban interest within a non-urban majority in which we continue to suffer that frustration of focus that we have with the county council. I believe there could be quite a lot of cross-party agreement on this subject in the city as it goes forward, which may be valuable in securing the interests of the city. So, Mr. Mayor, I would end by asking this question to the leader. Would he agree to consider ways of capturing that potential for consensus, maybe treating it as a bit of an exception to other council business in whatever our governance system eventually says, in the way it's dealt with from now onwards, passing that thought to his successor as he prepares to step down himself. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to talk a little bit about money and service levels, because in any reorganisation, if you don't think about what happens to the money, service levels decrease. I am really concerned that the national government appears to think that they will make substantial savings from local government reorganisation, because that is not the experience that Grant Thornton and PricewaterhouseCoopers have noted in their reports, which have analysed what has happened with previous council mergers. In most cases, we've seen an increase in costs and a failure to make savings and a reduction in service levels. I do hope that we'll be able to learn from what's happened before and do a bit better, but I am concerned about reorganisation costs. Stephen Moyer has mentioned at Cambridgeshire County Council that he felt the councils in the combined authority area would run up £18 million of reorganisation costs. And when I first thought about it, I thought that is crazy. But actually, when I looked back at the Grant Thornton report and worked it out, I actually think that's the right order of magnitude. So I'm concerned about this. The comments I'm hearing back by a local government association about what financial support we might get from the national government are ambiguous and contradictory. And we know that national government of whatever complexion has quite often promised funding to local councils and not delivered. We saw that with lockdown and COVID, and we've seen it again with the NIC increase. So I'm really concerned to see what the impact on the council's finances is going to be from any reorganisation. I will reserve my position on whether I think reorganisation is a good idea until I see the live figures, which I understand the council's own team is working on. And because until I see the financial numbers, I can't see what the impact is on services. And I think my duty as a councillor is to ensure that services are protected as much as possible. However, I will say one word about adult social care. The Grant Thornton and PwC reports make it very clear that splitting the adult social services function does lead to increased costs. And I feel that whatever option we pick for the new principal authorities, we should be looking at a shared services arrangement for adult social care to preserve the structure of the current department as much as possible and minimise pressure on a department that is already struggling to fulfil its statutory duties. Thank you.
Councillor Mark Austin, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not here to talk about the boundary review. I'm not here to talk about the financial implications. I'm here to talk about what puts us all in this chamber, and that's our residents. We have no choice in this matter. The government has instructed us to make this change. So what we have to focus on is what is best for our residents. 800 years of history is where we are on this site, and we have to say what will happen going forward. Our residents felt isolated when they can't come to a building. We've seen that with the county council moving away to Alconbury. So one of our main points should be to bring up that we need to keep this council chamber for our residents. We are investing a huge amount of money in this building to bring it up to date. And we must ensure that no matter what happens, what the boundaries are, what we do with social care, that this building remains at the heart for Cambridge residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Huck, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, in a similar vein, I would like to comment that as councillors, our greatest and maybe only superpower is that we are often the only politicians our residents ever meet in person. So we are probably the frontline workers of democracy. And in an era of rising populism, facilitated and fueled by social or rather anti-social media, this direct face-to-face connection between politicians and residents is more vital than ever. And fewer people are choosing to actively engage in politics, I think, as we all know. So whatever shape our future council will take, it must maintain this direct engagement of councillors with their communities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tong.
I just want to have it on record that I think local democracy does need to be stronger. I think there are issues with democracy in Cambridge at the moment. The question is whether or not these proposals actually go about making democracy stronger, making the choices happening in Cambridge more accountable to residents. And I just don't see that being the case here, both from planning being taken more and more out of residents' hands, but also I'm especially sad to see a potential threat to service levels because, as Councillor Bennett has already commented, every year we are seeing residents pay more and more for fewer and fewer services. And we need to make sure that those services are protected, especially given the cost of living crisis and the struggles that residents are going through at the moment.
Now, Councillor Dave Bajan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome the letter that has been sent to the Minister. I recognise that it's not an open cheque and that it has reservations, which I'm pleased about. But I too have reservations. Under the current system, Cambridge does not have the ability to control many of its services. We are not able to represent our residents in regards to the infrastructure that supports our houses. We can't mend our own potholes. We can't look after our own road. We can't set our own traffic restrictions. So that's not a good system. It's a bad system for this city as a progressive and money-making city. Whilst nothing's been agreed about what's coming up in front of us, it looks extremely likely that will be a model of Greater Cambridge. And I feel that this is being more or less imposed on us because government are saying you've got to have a system. Well, I don't think that this city has to have a system where the area outside of the city will continue to control what happens in this city. And so my reservations are that given that we have a population that is smaller than the population outside of the city, if we get a unitary, very little will change. So I'd like to ask the leader, will the government's agenda give the city more control over our infrastructure?
It is all over. Now is your right to reply, Councillor Davey.
Thank you very much. I think perhaps the most important thing to stress is that this is an initial stage, and clearly, because it's the future of this council, there'll be chances to look at the geography, which people have asked for, and what the services delivery will be over the course of the coming 6 months. The second deadline is November, and clearly any decision that's made has to be approved by this council in November, so it'll probably be October prior to that thing going forward. So there is plenty of time for further, quite rightly, detailed debate. To answer some of the questions, Dave asks about, will this be better for the city? In my mind, someone who lives in Wisbech, sitting in Alconbury, deciding which potholes should be filled on Mill Road seems a bit odd to me. And whatever proposal comes up will certainly be better than that. The question we've got to then decide is what then is the right geography appropriate to this particular city that meets its future needs. So we've got to think about what's right for 15 years' time, when there'll be a bigger urban footprint for the city. And if the government's agenda, which we'll come on to later on the back of Councillor Tong's motion, is to be met, it has to reflect that need. So we have to kind of get into a framework of thinking, not as there are lots of nice villages around the city, but what will the city look like in 15 years' time? With regard to Councillor Tong's comments, it is all in the detail ultimately, Councillor Tong, and at the moment, whilst I understand reservations, until we know what's being proposed, it's very difficult to say you're against them. So I think we just need to be aware that there has to be proper, again, going back to the first item on today's, proper scrutiny of what's going on, because it is about the future of this city. Mark and Councillor Hawke both say the same thing, I think, really important about communities and about residents. You're both absolutely right. Unless we take our communities and residents with us, then we have a problem. And it has to reflect, again, what's right for this city. And that I will feed in to the debate that takes place with other leaders. So I'm going backwards, as you can probably tell, to Councillor Bennett's comment. I think, whilst I appreciate the notion of finance, and clearly I wouldn't dream of challenging Mr. Moyer's belief that there might be X amount of money, but he might also be wrong. It might be less, it might be more. He's given an estimate as to the figure concerned, and I think we're probably at an early stage yet to work out what that cost will be. But there is a different question that I'd ask that has to be set alongside the financial one, is the service delivery going to be better? Which I think echoes the points that Councillor Bajan, Councillor Hawke and Councillor Ashton all ask. Do we want local, community-driven councils? And I think we probably all would say the answer to that is yes. So therefore, to improve upon what's currently in place, not least to make it simple, because I don't know about anybody else in this room, I still get asked, what are you going to do about the potholes? It's not me. And they say, well, it is you. And so therefore, it's about how we deliver better democracy, which is Councillor Hawke's central point, I think. Finally, to pick up Councillor Bick's comments, there's a cheap response in that the Lib Dems do run South Cambs, they do run the county, so you do have the opportunity to feed in, but that is cheap, and I accept that. The reality is that you are responsible for providing proper opposition to the city. And I think within this process, it has to be about getting the right answers for the council, and that therefore has to, by its very nature, require cross-party discussions. And as you can probably imagine, that's already in principle in state, because one of the things that I've been doing, invariably, whilst I talk to all my colleagues, I talk to Bridget Smith an awful lot more than anybody else, quite obviously, because she's in the neighbouring authority that has a horseshoe around us. So there is a place for consensus, there is a place for cross-party politics, and to answer your question, I think we do need to look at that once we get past this first stage. And part of that process, go back to the Guildhall, is about straight away identifying red lines, if I'm honest. And already I've spoken to colleagues at South Cambs, that's not predicting that that'll be the answer, but already going back saying that would be our red line. The Guildhall has to remain because we require a civic centre for this city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now, members, we will move to the electronic vote. Sorry for that. And that now concludes the business of the extraordinary council meeting. Should we go for a break now or? Thank you. So what time we should be back? Quarter to? we move on to consider the agenda item adjourned from the 24th February 2025 council meeting. Agenda item 1, oral questions. Now turn to agenda item 1, oral questions, which starts on page 13 of the agenda. This item will last a maximum of 30 minutes. The executive councillor or the chair will have up to 2 minutes to reply. The questioner will then have 2 minutes to put a supplementary question or to seek clarification of the response of the original question. The executive councillor, chair, will have further 2 minutes to reply to the supplement questions. A bell will ring when you have 30 seconds left and again at the end of the allowed time slot. Now, question number 1 from Councillor Huck. Councillor Smart, would you like to respond?
Yep. So, thank you for your question, Councillor Hook. First, I'd like to say that in order to promote herbicide-free methods for weed control, the most important and critical thing that we can do as a council is to continue to be a herbicide-free authority. Using weed killer, word I prefer to use, in our beautiful green city allows dangerous poisons to flow into our waterways, and this is most definitely to be avoided. Furthermore, in the context of some other UK authorities changing plans to be herbicide-free and then reintroducing the use of weed killers, we must stand firm. I am determined to continue on this course and to deliver a better and more sustainable methodology for weed removal. So, the Council takes a multi-pronged approach to encourage herbicide-free weed management. We have published and made available detailed reports that online alternative weed control technologies such as mechanical removal, cultural practices and biological controls, so that others such as developers, colleges, schools and even other councils have practical help and examples to help them to manage weeds without resorting to chemicals. We actively work with external stakeholders such as Pesticide Free Cambridge and On the Verge, fostering partnerships and sharing case studies. By collaborating, we create a network of informed ambassadors who exchange knowledge and support with each other in adopting non-chemical strategies. To further motivate the uptake of herbicide-free practices, the Council has been offering technical advice and support to reduce the initial challenges and costs that can come with transitioning to alternative methods. Officers are attending a meeting at the DEFRA office on the 5th of March to share best practice and challenges around integrated pest management uptake in urban environments, and we are keen to present our experiences. The meeting will also be attended by representatives from Pesticide Action Network and potentially the Local Government Association, along with a couple of other councils. Through our website, City Matters and other meetings, the Council keeps stakeholders informed about the benefits of herbicide-free weed management, highlighting environmental, health and biodiversity gains. This transparent communication ensures that all parties are aware of both the rationale and practical steps.
You've exceeded the time limit. Thank you. You have a supplementary question? Go ahead.
Certainly sounds positive and encouraging. Just keep up all the efforts that's gone into the existing herbicide reduction. It would be a missed opportunity if this person can hear that call. I use the smartphone. So it's not my fault. I mean, we worked earlier, and I think. Is that better? Oh, fantastic. Can I start again, please? Okay. So it would be a missed opportunity if other organizations and businesses couldn't benefit from. No.
Chair,
One second, Mr.
could Councillor Hawke pick up his microphone? Or sit down so he's closer to it?
Is it the distance to the microphone or is it the microphone? Okay, okay. So it's not a show of disrespect. You told me to sit down. So in many cases, it's simply about showing that it can be done, that we can keep our city streets and green spaces well maintained without relying on chemicals. And organizations like Pesticide Free Cambridge play a vital role in raising awareness, but as a council, we also must lead by example. So we should actively engage with universities, schools and businesses, encouraging them to adopt pesticide-free grounds maintenance and sharing best practices and practical guidance. We could offer public recognition and promotional benefits to private landowners and developers who sign up to a herbicide-free Cambridge pledge. And where specialized machinery is required, there may even be an opportunity for the council to generate revenue by offering its expertise and equipment as a service. And we look forward to discussing this in more detail in scrutiny committee meetings and, for example, this Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smart, over to you.
There wasn't really a question there, but I agree with everything you said. That sounds really sensible. And all I'd say, not answering a question, but just that I've got the floor, is that I think that we need to move forward with things growing around us in the city in a positive way. It's not a bad thing to see things growing. It's a good thing. And I think for too long, we've wanted our streets to be completely, clinically clean of everything growing in them, to the extent that the city looks unhealthy. I'm very proud to say that some little plants grow around the front of my house, and I love them. Every time I go home, I see the little plants growing by the wall, and I think they're really good. I feel as if I should put a little sign there just to make sure that nobody cuts them down. That might be a problem going forward. But it is, I'm being jokey, but it is a serious matter. We need to change hearts and minds toward the word that gets applied to those things that are growing, called weeds. It's a particular word. It has a historic connotation with negativity, but it's not negative if they're growing in the right place. There is a place and a time to clean streets, and I noticed that Mild Road was completely stripped of weeds in its gutters today. Our workmen do a really good job, but there are other places where we can have things growing and it looks beautiful, and I think that's to be encouraged.
Thank you. Question number 2 from Councillor Anna Smith. Councillor Holloway, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you to Councillor Smith for submitting this question. I'm delighted that the Labour government's given a much needed boost to homelessness services through the funding for next year. This is just the start of a huge amount of work that's required, but I'm very glad that Labour is absolutely committed to the work to reduce but ultimately eradicate as far as possible homelessness. So for us locally, there are 3 main elements to homelessness funding that we receive from the government. We've had a significant uplift in one of those of £250,000 for the next year. That's the homelessness prevention grant. And that takes our total funding across all of those elements to about £2.2 million for next year. This uplift has already allowed us to give out significantly more money in grants to local organisations for next year, about £83,000 more than we did for the current year. So that's absolutely fantastic for us and for the local organisations that we work with. It's going to be spent on a whole range of projects, finance and debt advice, specific support for women who are sleeping rough or vulnerably housed, specialist help for young people facing homelessness, also for older people facing homelessness, victims of domestic abuse, support for those living in our modular homes, and much more. So I'm really glad that we're able to continue and significantly increase our grant funding this year. However, we're also going to be spending money on some of our own projects. So in our own work, some of that extra money will go towards a new supported lettings officer, and there'll also be some spent on a homelessness review as we develop our strategy for the next 5 years.
Anna is not here. I don't think there's a supplementary question. So then I will move on to question number 3 from Councillor Swift. Councillor Moore, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Thank you. So we're asking residents and businesses for their views on proposals to amend the boundary of the existing smoke control areas with the option to include permanent residential moored vessels. A smoke-controlled area is a space designated by the council to reduce pollution from burning wood and coal, and we're considering these changes to improve the health of our residents and visitors. Smoke from chimneys contains tiny particles known as particulate matter, known as PMs. So PM 2.5 can travel deep into our lungs and cause or worsen numerous health conditions. And in Cambridge, solid fuel and wood burning is the largest single source of PM 2.5 emissions. So we currently have 3 smoke control areas that cover the west and centre of the city, which were established in the 60s. And these smoke control areas, the rules don't apply to the permanent residential moored vessels, i.e. the houseboats. Cambridge has expanded, obviously, since the 60s, and so it only now covers a small proportion of residential dwellings. Plus, the use of wood-burning stoves has really increased significantly in recent times. So the proposal is to revoke the existing smoke control areas and replace with one single one that will cover the entire district and could include the boats.
Thank you. Councillor Swift, do you have a supplementary question?
Oh, yes, please, Mayor. Yeah, I think that there really is a need for the whole of Cambridge City to be included. In West Chesterton, there's a lot of wood-burning stove households, and sometimes when the wind, if it's anticyclonic conditions, it's absolutely terrible. You can see it pumping out of the chimneys, and you breathe it straight in when you're walking the dog or going for a walk in the evening. So I'd very much support this. Thank you.
Very much. Councillor Moore, do you want to respond?
Yes, so because it does have this impact, we're encouraging everybody to respond to the consultation. Just to be clear, in a smoke-controlled area, you can still burn fuels. You can burn wood and coal, and it either needs to be smokeless fuels on any stove or fireplace, or a DEFRA registered, no. Yes, yeah, or a DEFRA registered stove. So either way, it reduces the amount of smoke. There's lots of, the consultation is on until the 20th of April. You can respond by the website, and there are also, you can pick up paper copies from the service centre, and there are drop-in sessions every Wednesday. And we're doing a separate consultation specifically aimed at the boaters, because the boaters disproportionately have higher levels of smoke from their boats. However, we do appreciate that they need it's not a lifestyle choice. They need that to keep their boats warm and to give them hot water sometimes. So we're running a specific consultation aimed at the boaters. So we really want to hear from them because we don't want to impact them negatively. So they can go online, pick up a paper copy, but also if they have any specific questions, every Wednesday, a drop-in at the service centre. Thank you.
Number 4 from Councillor Gardner-Smith. Councillor Wade, would you like to respond? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm happy to speak to the great work of the community grants team that we have in Cambridge. You'll all be aware that of round 1 of the 5,000 and under community grant scheme for this year has been delivered. There are a huge number of applications, and some £84,000 has been awarded to the voluntary organisations in our city. That's the first tranche. The demand on the budget was very high, and groups who were not successful as part of the grants team remit will be guided and advised going forward. And I would like to highlight here that round 2 of the £50,000 and under scheme launches on the 23rd of April. So if all ward councillors would be encouraged to promote that in their wards, that would be great. We also award 92 community grants and discretionary rate relief awards with a value of over 1 million in 24-25. We have provided 307,845 of homelessness prevention grants to 11 organisations in the city. Sustainable city grants totalling £20,800 to 4 organisations. We also fund Cambridge CAB, so they can help our residents. So general advice and support was provided on over 10,000 issues this year to 795 clients.
Councillor Gardner-Smith, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. And thank you to Councillor Wade for that response, and to commend the work of the officers on the grants programme as well. I know as councillors we all recognise the vital work that charities in the city do for residents, charities like Romsey Mill in our ward of Romsey. But the picture nationally for charity funding is pretty bleak. I think the Directorate of Social Change has noted that charity funding by local authorities has reduced by over a quarter in recent years, particularly under austerity under the last government. And so it's great to see us protecting that funding for local charities who deliver such vital services to residents. So I wondered whether Councillor Wade could comment on how Cambridge City Council's grant programme perhaps compares to other councils across the country.
Well, I think it compares very favourably. I think that goes without saying. I think that the team do a fantastic job, and also we are launching soon and trialling our digital grants programme. And I think we should all be very proud of the number of citizens that we help in our city with this programme. Thank you.
Question number 5 from Councillor Galsberg. I think she has withdrawn her question. So now we'll move on to question number 6. Question number 6 from Councillor Aston. Councillor Smart, would you like to respond?
Yes, Chair. So thank you for your question. Refurbishment of public toilets in Cambridge. Happy to provide an update on the programme. So our recent programme has successfully completed in late 2024, involving a mix of full and partial refurbishments at key locations. So those are Chesterton Recreation Ground, Coleridge Recreation Ground, Jesus Green, Drummond Street and Cherry Hinton Hall. These last two sites are now feature changing places facilities which are funded externally. As part of the Nightingale Recreation Ground Pavilion refurbishment, a new facility has been provided and is now fully operational. There is one further project at Silver Street currently in its construction phase and funded by the Capital Programme. These improvements ensure that our public amenities meet modern standards of safety, accessibility and hygiene. The programme not only enhances our user experience and public health, but also reinforces our commitment to maintaining high-quality community facilities across Cambridge.
Councillor Aston, do you have a supplementary question? Yeah, I'll move on to question number 7. Question number 7 from Councillor Robertson.
Councillor,
I understand
Councillor Pounds was, I think,
Sorry?
on that question.
Yes, from the last meeting, I think Councillor Ashton wasn't here, and it was reassigned to me. So I did just have a supplementary, which is: do you have a long-term plan for our public toilets, Councillor Smart, please?
Yep. So thank you for that. I'm glad you asked. Yes, I do. So firstly, we have a challenging economic climate. Our budget for all service provision, and especially non-statutory provision, as toilets are, is of necessity going to be limited, certainly in terms of quantum, but not as far as I am concerned in terms of quality. My plan for toilets is this: that we provide the best quality toilets that we possibly can in the right place and open at the right times, such that our residents and visitors are able to use them, and I mean all visitors. I believe in the social model of disability, and that is a reference to changing places toilets and accessible toilets generally. The provision of all the elements of toilets provision is important to get right, so including accessible toilets for people who are disabled, changing places toilets for people who are more severely disabled, plus other facilities such as, for example, baby changing facilities, and of course washing facilities and so on. I want a level of provision that is to industry standard and designed and provided in such a way that they can reasonably be maintained with provision to mitigate against historic high levels of vandalism that have been experienced in some of our toilets. It may sound obvious, but I think it's important to say that I expect our portfolio of toilets to be clean and tidy, to be fully operational and to be available for the purpose for which they were intended. Wherever possible or sensible, toilets should be free at the point of use, and charging should only be used where it serves a useful purpose and can be seen to provide significant income that makes charging infrastructure and collection a viable operation. In conclusion, we may of necessity have to cut our cloth to fit, but I intend for our toilets provision to suit our need. This is not about numbers, but about what is needed. Ongoing review will establish any changes to that, and we will adjust provision accordingly. Any sensible plan is not set in stone, but is able to be changed as need changes, and to be driven by that.
Thank you. Now I'll move on to question number 7 from Councillor Robertson. I understand Councillor Thornborough would be responding. Thank you.
Question number 7, please.
Thank you. Thank you. The changes to the way that the council housing needs is calculated were introduced in December last year alongside publication of the revised National Planning Policy Forum. Overnight, the combined housing need for Greater Cambridge went from 1,726 homes a year to 2,309 per year. So that's an additional 583 per year. This inevitably impacts upon the calculation of the supply of new homes to meet our future needs over the next 5 years. This calculation is important because planning policy gets tilted towards approving development if a local area supply falls short of the 5-year supply. Based on information collected this time last year, the Greater Cambridge 5-year housing supply calculation overnight fell from a comfortable 5 years to 4.6 years. The Shared Planning Services therefore focus on exploring what can be done to ensure more homes can come forward within the next 5 years. We already have planning permission for 36,000 homes across Greater Cambridge. These mainly concentrate on larger strategic scale sites. The current focus is therefore on tackling the barriers preventing these and other new homes permitted from being built. This includes ensuring that our processes support construction starting on site promptly once the permission has been given, through to trying to understand why permissions have been granted and are not being implemented by the landowner. We will also be raising with government and key partners operating in the area to see if they can help accelerate delivery. We are also expecting to publish an updated assessment of the supply in April once our ongoing service of developers is concluded, and I am confident about our future.
Councillor Robertson, do you have a supplementary?
I do. Is there anything the City Council can do to put pressure on, the South Cambs as well, it's a shared service, the shared plan that you had in mind. Is there anything we can do to put pressure on the builders to get on and actually use the land they've got planning permission for, and perhaps reduce the number of years during which they have to start work? Would that help?
Over to you, Councillor Thornborough.
I think I think that we are looking into things like, well, you have to, once you make a start, you have to be diligent and continue working and building the homes. And what we're finding quite often is one home gets started, but the rest don't follow through. So we're looking to try and ensure that the delivery is very good and clear, but we're also looking into what obstacles the developers are finding. So there may be conditions that are finding difficult to do with other consultees that haven't been finalised. There's also sometimes S106 obligations that seem to be an obstacle. So we're looking into all of those. But also, I think there are some bigger issues about land price values that the developers sometimes feel that they do not want to build forward, and that is a problem in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, question number 8 from Councillor Lockmatova. Councillor Bird, would you like to respond?
Question number 8, please.
Thank you, Chair. The Council's Environmental Health Team ensures all private sector housing, including housing association properties, are safe and secure by investigating any complaints we may receive from tenants regarding the condition of their property. The investigations are conducted under the Housing Act 2004, which gives us the duty and power to investigate and take the most appropriate actions. This could be from informal contact with the housing association right through to the enforcement action, such as a service of notice requiring works to be completed. We also conduct proactive work to identify properties that may not reach a standard by using government data sources and contacting landlords to request inspections. This could be private landlords or housing associations. All registered providers, housing associations, local authorities are regulated by the regulator of the social housing. Therefore, consumer standards are there to ensure properties in the social housing sector are safe and well maintained. They ensure this both by annual data return, an inspection regime, and working collaboratively with the Housing Ombudsman. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lokbatova, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do, Mr.
Please go
Mayor.
ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for your response, Councillor Bird, and thank you for confirming that the Council has got a duty to carry out the proactive assessment on the housing associations. So I believe that it's high time that this assessment is carried out on some associations, housing associations operating in Trumpington, namely MTVH, and enforcement action is carried out, and it needs to be done in a proactive manner, not just on complaints from the residents. So the conditions of some of those housing associations are quite appalling. So just like to bring this to your attention, please. Thank you.
Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for letting me know. Could you email me and we'll sort something out together? All right. Okay. Thanks very much.
Moving on to question number 9 from Councillor Falbert. Councillor Smart, would you like to respond?
Thank you for your question. So the progress of inclusive play areas across the city, I'd like to provide an update on our actions and progress made since the publication of the Outdoor Play Spaces Investment Strategy in March 2024, as well as insights from the follow-up S106 funding allocation report presented on the 16th of January 2025 to Environment and Community Services Scrutiny Committee. The investment strategy report laid out a comprehensive approach for improving our outdoor play spaces with a strong focus on inclusivity. We have been actively implementing recommendations to upgrade existing play areas with modern accessible equipment and improved surface treatments where funding becomes available, ensure that new design standards across the city reflect the needs of all children, including those with disabilities, using our data to prioritise investment in neighbourhoods where current facilities do not adequately serve diverse community needs. This is evidenced in the most recent S106 funding allocation report in January this year. The S106 report confirms that we have successfully mobilised Section 106 contributions to enhance and create inclusive play areas. This has enabled us to invest in new projects and refurbishments that meet modern accessibility and safety standards. Both reports highlight the importance of engaging with the community, so we have conducted consultations with local residents, schools and user groups to gather feedback on existing facilities and future improvements, and established monitoring mechanisms to ensure that the investment translates into tangible benefits with regular reviews and adjustments based on community feedback. Our focus remains on ensuring that every play area not only meets current accessibility standards, but also serves as a vibrant, inclusive space that fosters community interaction and active play. Where funding permits, we continue to work closely with all partners to refine our approach and accelerate delivery in areas where needs are greatest. In summary, the actions taken under the Outdoor Play Spaces Investment Strategy and detailed in the follow-up S106 report highlight our commitment to enhancing inclusive play areas across the city. We remain dedicated to ensuring that every child, regardless of ability or background,
Councillor Smart.
has access to high-quality outdoor play spaces. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Fulman. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Councillor Smart, for that detailed response. It's certainly positive to hear what you're planning on doing. However, what we agreed on this chamber over a year ago, it was that accessibility was going to be provided in the council website, and certainly that has not happened. So actually my question to you is that when will that happen? Because that is a very simple thing to do that could have been done. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Smart.
I didn't quite understand the question. Do you mean accessibility on the website, access to the website, or?
Yes, on this chamber we agreed that we were going to have accessibility of photos on the council's website, and that hasn't happened.
I'm sorry, Sharon, I still don't understand, but I can take it away. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I do apologise, Councillor Flaubert. I understand now. I'll take that away with officers and report back to you if that's acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. That comes to 30 minutes. Therefore, the question time is over. Thank you, members, for bringing. End of the oral questions, and I will now move to the items on motions. On the motion for debate, the mover and the seconder have up to 10 minutes between them. The proposer and the seconder of an amendment have up to 10 minutes between them. The relevant executive councillor and the mover of the original motion have 3 minutes each as a right of reply that order. A bell will ring when you have 30 seconds left, and again at the end of the allowed time slot. Now, agenda item 2A, motion on notice from Councillor Porrer. I call on Councillor Porrer to move the motion. The floor is all for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, at the moment, obviously, Labour in national government, Labour have the combined authority mayor, and obviously Labour is the ruling group in Cambridge. But I still felt that I needed to bring this motion forward, because unless you're willing to support this, which I hope you will, as it's not been amended, there's not much point voting for Labour in Cambridge, because what the national government are doing at the moment is eroding the hard-fought development of the local plan that we've worked cross-party on, certainly Labour and Lib Dems, and we don't want to see this handed over to developers. I do really hope you will support this motion and continue to work cross-party with us to get the best result for our city. I do appreciate that planning policy is really boring to most people, probably most councillors. I do accept that. But it's also one of the most crucial things we do to develop our city in a sustainable and community-led way. Our group, and I think your group, have supported the need for accelerated levels of growth, managed growth, in Cambridge and in Greater Cambridge. And we understand that our residents need decent housing linked to decent infrastructure, affordable homes, green spaces, GP surgeries, schools, all the things we talk about so much. We in our group do support this growth needed in our city to cater for the future needs of our housing, our offices, our hospitals, and we are proud that we have worked, I think, cross-party with the Labour group on this. We are proud that we get 40% affordable in our city, which is not at all the case across the country. And we do see, I think, generally the right homes coming forward in the right places, and we have a good, robust local plan. I'm afraid our Green colleagues haven't perhaps been so cooperative on this. I appreciate they're always saying they absolutely block any growth, but in Newnham, but in Abbey, you're always talking about more houses, more offices and labs. That's not overly helpful, in my opinion. Having that, coming back to the point of this motion, the Secretary of State, the Labour Secretary of State's decision to recalculate land supply, as Councillor Thornborough has rightly raised in the oral questions, allows developers to build outside our local plan at higher densities and maybe on land that we haven't allocated for housing. And it doesn't have anything to force developers to build out those 36,000 homes already consented. And this, in my opinion, will set back the sustainable growth that we want for our city. And obviously, we've got Cambridge 2050, our new local emerging plan, which will have really high standards, I hope, for environmental things, for affordable homes, all those things that are so important to our residents. That's all being held up by the wastewater treatment decision, whatever that may be. And again, it was delayed by the Tories. It's now been delayed twice by the new government. We've got Cambridge South not coming forward. Well, it'll be ready, but we won't have slots for another 6 months. And these are things that we can't control at a Cambridge level. These are national policies. And we need our government, your government, to focus on these and not on removing the authority of our planning authority. And our planning committees, which I think genuinely cross-party, are very good. We make good, robust decisions. To me, it's all carrots, it's all incentives for developers at the moment, but there's no sticks, there's no way of enforcing the things we want. And our motion wants to readdress this, to redress the power balance and allow our local communities, via our planning authority, to enforce conditions, to ensure viability, that the 40% commitment for affordable can't be wriggled out of later, and to build out the homes that are already consented, which are consistent with our current and hopefully emerging local plan. I want to be able to say to my neighbours, to my work colleagues, that they don't want luxury homes in places they didn't choose that aren't in our local plan. They want to stay in Cambridge and Greater Cambridge. And it breaks my heart that for some families, there will be no hope of doing that, and they'll be consigned to paying through the nose for rental and commuting for miles and miles and miles. And the recent legislative changes at national government level make this situation worse in Cambridge. They work on the assumption that planning committees stymie growth, and that is not the case here. And we ask that you, as the Labour group, support our motion, unamended, and help work with us to stand up for decent, affordable and sustainable growth in our city by asking the national government to change tack and to focus on the decisions that could really unlock sustainable growth instead of interfering with what I think is a very high-performing planning authority. Otherwise, as I've said before, what's the point of having a Labour council in the city if you can't influence your national government? So I really hope you will support this, and we would love to continue working constructively with you on taking this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Payne, you are seconder. You have how many minutes to speak?
4 minutes 39.
4 minutes 39. Do you want to speak now, or you want to reserve your right to speak?
I'll reserve my right, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any debate on this? Yeah, go ahead.
In the past 12 months, Greater Cambridge Shared Planning have written 6 times and made over 260 recommendations and comments to the government. This was all done after consultation with the chair and spokesperson of the Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee, or brought to the Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee. We have also made very many recommendations on building control issues. This council uses all the appropriate channels to enable us to make an impact, and we will continue to do so. This motion serves no purpose and will have no impact at all on the policies being carried out by our Labour government to deliver sustainable growth, planning reform and high-quality development. This demonstrates that all the matters in the motions have been thoroughly discussed, and I therefore move that the question now be put. I therefore move that the question now be put.
In that case. Members, just give me just 1 second. Let me have a consult.
So, Councillor Thornborough has moved that the question now be.
Now, I don't want to be criticized for this. Let me explain the process. Now, since Councillor Thornborough has forwarded this close motion and has been seconded by Councillor Bagent, now I have decided to put that to vote as to whether the debate should be stopped. And if that succeeds, then Councillor Katie Porter will have a right to reply, and then we'll move on to vote on the item.
A point of order, as we agreed in the meeting with the Mayor after the last time this happened, I think you were going to put the Constitution up and note which point, because I believe 28.1.2, which I think is what you're raising, has to be that you're satisfied that suitable debate has taken place. And given that the Labour member has only just informed me of her intention to vote against, I don't feel that that debate has been fulfilled. But I'd be grateful if you could check the Constitution for me, as I may be wrong.
Right, let me just read this out for you. On a motion that the question be now put unless, in my opinion, the matter before the meeting has been insufficiently discussed, and then I can take a call. From what Councillor Thornborough has explained, this matter, it has been discussed in the past. So there was and her explanation is very adequate. In that case, I would move the vote. So the vote is in favor, 19 in support, and 14 against, and 1 abstention. Therefore, the closure motion has carried. Therefore, that give Councillor Porter the right to respond. Over to you. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, I have to say I'm really disappointed about this. I mean, I appreciate if you didn't agree, you could have amended it, but the Constitution is very clear that you should have had sufficient debate. You informed me immediately why you didn't want to vote for it. I'm on planning and transport. I've signed off those decisions. This is a new thing. 12th of December, Labour published that consultation on the NPPF. I wrote this motion almost immediately afterwards, way ahead of any other decisions that have happened more recently. And I just think it's so unfair not to allow a debate on this. This is something we should agree on. This is something where you could change national policy, or at least say you're agreeing that taking away those powers, that you have literally, Councillor Thorpe has just spoken in the oral question to say we have no means of forcing these build-outs of 36,000 houses. So I think you kind of agree with it, but you just don't want to bother. And it's so depressing. The Greens, possibly disagreeing with me on this motion, didn't even get a voice. None of the Lib Dems who we've lined up to speak have been given a voice. And I know when we talk about constitutional change, this doesn't fill me with hope. It's 8:30. We're not running late. You could have allowed 10 minutes more. It's just depressing. Because I work hard on this council. I work really hard on planning. I work collaboratively with Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Smart, Councillor Bajan. And actually, what is the point of voting Labour in Cambridge if you won't even stand up for something you've already said? I'm not sure that, but it just fills me with sadness that I thought this could be a mature debate, or if you disagree, amend it. Don't gag us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Now we move on to vote, please.
It's ridiculous.
So in support is 14 and against 21 and 1 abstention. Therefore, it has not carried. Now move on to agenda item 2B, motion on notice from Councillor Tong. I call on Councillor Tong to move the motion, and I understand Councillor Clow will be the seconder. You have 10 minutes between yourself. Councillor Tong, please address the council.
Good evening. Now, the purpose of this motion is fairly obvious. It is addressing national government's current plans for Cambridge. I will quickly acknowledge, based on what's just happened, I do think it's quite amusing that it seems like the Labour councillor group are trying to ensure their own redundancy, but I will move on to the actual motion itself. So, national government's plans for Cambridge are pretty well known. They want to see Cambridge become a science and technology hub, which, along with Oxford and the connecting arc, could raise up to 78 billion for the national economy by 2035. And in abstract, that sounds great. But I do worry they are just shallow fantasies that don't acknowledge the material realities that residents in Cambridge are living at the moment. Cambridge is one of the most, if not the most, unequal city in the UK. I know I say that a lot, but I think it is really important to reiterate that. Cambridge City Food Bank is witnessing more long-term users than ever before, and we are seeing people being pushed out of Cambridge by the rising cost of house prices. But residents recognise the current changes going on in the city aren't for their benefit. These large housing developments aren't actually there to benefit them, nor is the affordable housing, which is only so-called affordable. It's out of most people's price range, mine included, which is springing up to cater for a small number of people. What we need is a very comprehensive plan for social rent housing to actually provide housing for local people here. We are also seeing the infrastructure get pushed to its absolute limit, particularly the infrastructure for health services. It can be very, very difficult to get a doctor's appointment at the moment, and if you want an NHS dentist appointment, that's practically impossible. Meanwhile, we're facing severe issues with our roads. Last year, Councillor Alex Beckett, who's the Chair of Highways and Transport, acknowledged that we were £600 million across the county behind in highways repairs. And the 59 million allocated for the next year isn't a drop in the bucket of that. Finally, we have the water crisis that the city is facing, which I'm sure my colleague, Councillor Clough, will discuss more in depth in a minute. Now, the east of England is already an incredibly water-stressed region. Cambridge is particularly water-stressed too. More and more developments are going to push our resources to the absolute limit, and residents are going to be the ones paying the cost for that, particularly the most vulnerable residents. We are going to potentially see restrictions on water use, and the over-abstraction of our rivers is going to exacerbate the pollution issue and cause more sickness amongst people that are around them. Now, the key thing to keep in mind is this doesn't just require investment, it requires a time machine, a TARDIS to go back and invest in this infrastructure decades ago, because we can't suddenly create a new reservoir overnight. Fundamentally, these plans for Cambridge, the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Arc, aren't recognising the situation that residents are struggling through at the moment. And residents see this. It's really obvious to people that the changes going on in Cambridge aren't for their benefit. Cambridge as a city needs to take residents into account and not make residents pay the price for this short-sightedness. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clough, you have how many minutes?
6 minutes 30.
6 minutes, 30 seconds.
Yes.
Do you want to speak now or you want to write? Okay, fine. Thank you. I believe Councillor Davey have given a notice of an amendment, which is on page number 4 to 7 of the agenda. Councillor Tombra will be seconding the amendment. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Davey, floor is open for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Tong, for raising this important issue. The problem we've got, of course, is that much of what you're asking us to do, we have already done. Unless you have growth within this country, you cannot invest within public services. So the very things that we seek to achieve as a Labour government and Labour locally require investment in growth. Otherwise, we cannot make the changes for the better we require. As such, Cambridge is clearly the focus for national attention. And this, I think, is important to stress is that I've been in local government off and on for the last 40 years, and I've never known a time when a city has such attention. And it's vital, and this is perhaps where I do share Councillor Tong's view, that we get this right. But we also must maximise the opportunities that we've been given. I think it's important that the issues that Councillor Tong has raised around water are addressed. And this must be done in the context of both social, economic and investments throughout the things that we require, and importantly, for our residents. But the bit that's missing from Councillor Tong's motion is that since Gove made the initial announcements 18 months ago now, and then reaffirmed but adapted and amended by the Labour government last year, and then reinforced by Rachel Reeves this year, is that we have been working on the very things that Councillor Tong asks us to work upon. The first thing that was set up by the growth company that's led to the Development Corporation was the Water Scarcity Group, which has brought together partners from across the spectrum to tackle the water issues that faced within this country. And because we've been successful in negotiating with government, last week I can report that Steve Reed, the Minister from DEFRA, came here specifically to talk about water. That would not have happened. That simply would not have happened if the focus nationally was on Cambridge. So that's allowed us to tackle and talk with the government about the future of the city, and specifically around water. And it's important to stress here again, the current local plan, which is referred to quite a lot this evening, requires somewhere between 50 and 60,000 new homes. We require 2 reservoirs to deliver that. Now, unless we've been involved in discussions over the Water Scarcity Group, those reservoirs that are now in play for Grapham and for Chatteris would not have happened. Again, I'm trying to demonstrate The work is already underway, and it's because of our ability to influence government that we're actually taking things forward. If it wasn't for that approach, we believe we'd be in more significant issues. And it's therefore about how we can take it forward again with government in partnership with other organisations to make this city great and to maintain what's all been great about it. It's really vital, therefore, that when you talk to government, you do this collectively with other partners. And we refer to in our amendment the Cambridge Can letter, which shows how we've worked with the university, the colleges, local businesses, Cambridge Ahead, again, to make that collective case to government about what's right for Cambridge. Why, therefore, are we amending the motion from Councillor Tong? It's essentially, it's to make it better, i.e., we are already doing the things that you've asked us to do. We've already involved ourselves in negotiations with government. We're already taking forward social infrastructure programmes. We are tackling the housing crisis. It's the only way we can be successful for this city in the future. I therefore ask Council to agree with the amendment that's proposed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tombra, would you like to speak now or you reserve your right? You have 6 minutes.
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
You're right. Okay, so is there any debate? Yeah, Councillor Huck, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this motion does address, obviously, an issue that many of our residents and many of us care deeply about, but I find it presumptuous that Councillor Tong feels the need to submit an open letter on behalf of this chamber. The challenges he wants to bring to Rachel Reeves' attention have already been raised numerous times here in this chamber by local leaders, as well as in local and national media. I'm sure Mrs. Reeves reads The Guardian from time to time, where she will have seen articles on data centres heating swimming pools or being built in Iceland's cold climate to achieve net zero. But it's worth reminding ourselves why we must tackle the challenges of growth. As a Trumpington councillor, I represent thousands of residents in our new developments. The most common response I hear from them is, yes, we are happy here. They came to Cambridge to improve their lives, and they are succeeding. We don't have to invite people and businesses to come to Cambridge. This city has been a magnet for people and businesses for centuries. I've known colleagues who took significant pay cuts to be here, and people will keep coming, and they will squeeze in wherever they can. Unless we strive to provide new places for people to live, this will be unsustainable for them and for everyone, as it will continue to drive up rents and prices. And this issue goes well beyond Cambridge. Many of our residents play a crucial role in tackling the global challenges of the future, whether it's climate change, healthcare, or AI. Infrastructure costs money, whether here or in the north of England. If you believe in the redistribution of wealth, then Cambridge must play its part. The Liberal Democrats understand the challenges that development poses to quality of life and the natural environment. The new developments of Clay Farm and Trumpington Meadows, with 2 beautiful parks and nature reserves, bear witness to that. We do call for an infrastructure-first approach. If there isn't enough water, then we cannot build. But we want the plans to emerge from local authorities with local knowledge and accountability. We want to give the Environment Agency and water regulators real authority. This motion does nothing to move us forward. Despite the seriousness of the issue, it does not engage meaningfully with how Cambridge can harness its opportunities for the benefit of residents. We see the very real obstacles and want them to be overcome, while the Greens see them only as excuses to do nothing, leaving everyone in Cambridge worse off. Councillor Davies' amendment doesn't fully resolve this, but it at least highlights the collaborative efforts of some responsible local leaders to address Cambridge's challenges. That is something we can support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Alice Gilderdale, please.
Thank you, Chair. In Councillor Tong's speech, he's given a great outline of some of the issues that we're working really hard to tackle in the city. And yet the only solution he's offered is to write a letter and a time machine. while we all know that local authority budgets are stretched, we definitely cannot afford a time machine. And we on this side of the bench are about action, not science fiction. And I really look forward to a time when the opposition councillors provide some interesting proposals about how we tackle the issues that we face in the city. Otherwise, please let us get on and continue with the work that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett, please.
I think our point is actually that you are confusing a thought experiment, an outline theoretical proposal with an actual practical working programme, which is the point Councillor Tong is trying to make. All that you're doing if you're going for growth, if you don't have the resources in place, is that you are accelerating over a cliff. All the conversations I have in my day job about sustainable gearing down, and again, you're 20 years out of step with the business community. We're not pro-growth, we're not anti-growth. What we are is realistic about the constraints that actually prevent growth. And we want to see some realism. If you feel the Water Scarcity Group has a valid plan for addressing our water shortages, let's discuss it in public. Let's talk about our plumber shortage. Let's talk about our skills shortage. And otherwise, what you're doing is gambling with residents' futures, and that is not anything I can support.
Is there anyone else want to speak on this? Councillor Clow, as the seconder of the original motion, do you want to speak? Sorry? Oh.
Because you had an amendment, so this goes back to...
No, I think she said did she not reserve her rights?
Yes, she did, Councillor Thornborough reserved.
Sorry, Clow. Councillor Thornborough, please.
Thank you. We need to recognise that this council, through the leader and officers, has regular, productive and effective contact with the government at all levels, that our voice is being heard, our concerns are being taken seriously, and we are working with this Labour government to deliver for Cambridge, the region and the need of the whole country. Councillor Davey and I have made the issues that face us very clear in direct conversations with ministers and others. Councillor Davey has shared our expectations around the growth conditions against which the government's ambitions need to be realised, including the absolute need to resolve the infrastructure challenges we are all aware of. And we are getting a response with evidence of the government leaning into projects focused on resolving infrastructure barriers around issues like water and power. And I just want to reiterate that it is only sustainable development that we want to work collectively with this council, our neighbours and the government to deliver. Thank you.
Now, Councillor Clow, as the seconder of the original motion, do you wish to speak?
I'll try to touch on a few points. The issue of lack of water. Page 99 of the pack, Councillor Holloway's amendment and the no amendment motion, covers the Ofwat Environment Agency DEFRA joint letter of concern on the 21st of October, covers some of the latest issues with Cambridge Water's performance. Water credits can't be drunk, and the latest idea for a network of agricultural ponds to hold winter rain is still a drawing board idea. Transport. East-West Rail's predicted southern approach isn't going to solve the commuting issue from the north and east of the city or open the route out to Newmarket. The two busway projects will be highly destructive from an environmental viewpoint, and the C2C will duplicate the EWR route for minimal improvement in journey times because of the inner core of Cambridge, which has to be got through beyond Grange Road. These are concerns. There are also concerns about the impact of C2C on the flooding of the Westfields as well. In terms of commuting grind, as the city expands, those not able to afford to or pay the excessive rents that house price inflation causes will be forced further and further out into the countryside. Inevitably, car usage will grow, and the reality of working life will involve longer and longer commutes, longer and longer queues of cars trailing in along the roads to the north and east. Environmental impact from construction. There's a deafening silence on the impact on the environment from the impact of construction, air pollution, materials, cement, impact of construction vehicles, runoff. The February 21 report from the British Lung Foundation and Asthma UK describes this as an invisible threat, and this is now a health emergency in its own right. In 2019, Cambridge declared a climate and biodiversity emergencies and set up policies on how we manage to address them. Growth on the level now planned for Cambridge will make it impossible for us to reach our targets for net zero. Growth on this scale will not enhance the lives of residents. The biotech barons may attract their workers in, but in doing so, the rural setting of the city will be compromised under the sprawl of executive housing estates, as we just become the same as any area of outer London. The uniqueness of Cambridge will be lost. We were elected to represent the interests of existing residents of Cambridge, not to support the government's desperate scrambling after economic growth through the Oxford-Cambridge corridor, no matter what the cost of the health and well-being of the people who voted for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tong, as the mover of the original motion, you have the right to reply for up to 3 minutes.
I'll try and keep it very, very brief. I earnestly think Cambridge can be a city that's open to everybody if it gets that investment that it requires, and we're just not seeing that at the moment. Now, Labour often say there's no money for investing. Sorry, can I re-begin? Labour often say they have no money to invest in infrastructure, but they're awfully good at finding 135 billion in taxpayer money to bail out the banks. So, want to leave that there.
Thank you. Please. So, can we now move on to electronic voting on the amended motion? So the 32 in support of the amendment and 4 against, 0 abstention. Therefore, the amendment is carried. Now we will move on to vote as the motion is amended. Voting starts now. So yeah, now 34 in support and 4 against, 0 abstention. Therefore, it is carried. Thank you. Now, agenda item 2C, motion on notice from Councillor Hussain. I call on Councillor Hussain to move the motion. And could you just confirm who is seconding your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will submit my motion. I will try to find someone from the floor. The opposition to blanket 20-mile speed per hour speed limit zone in Cambridge City.
Point of order. We shouldn't be listening to this motion if it's not been seconded.
Yeah, you already show the placard, vote for Labour, already. Thank you.
Position is this. Councillor Hussain has a right to put his motion, and then that's what the advice I have been given by the legal team.
Yeah, but if there's no seconder.
Since there is no seconder, if we can get a seconder, it will move from there. If no seconder, it will collapse there.
Yes.
But
May I ask a question, Chair? I'm just not quite clear. So does that mean that, I mean, it doesn't make common sense to me, firstly, but does that mean that this councillor is going to be able to present a motion, we're going to have a debate on a motion, no debate, so just going to be presenting a motion that we're not actually going to vote on?
So smart. My advice is that if he has a seconder, then the legal standpoint is this: we don't have the power to do it. But he, as the councillor, can put forward his motion. That's the advice I have been given.
Chair, Mayor, which part of our standard orders allows that?
Go on.
So, through you, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I've given you the.
So, the point here is in terms of the ability to put a motion, someone may present a motion, and it may be that having presented it, someone thinks, oh, I may second this.
Chair, the rules of debate in general terms say that if a motion isn't seconded, it's not heard. Now, if this is in the Constitution, then I'd like to see where in the Constitution that is, or hear where that is.
Yeah. So Councillor Bajan, if I may, a motion or amendment should not be discussed unless it has been proposed and seconded. Now, the point with that is, of course, it shall not be discussed, but it can be proposed. So this is where Councillor Hussain has the ability to propose, and it may well be a second doesn't come. That is what the Constitution says at Rule 17.1. And I appreciate it.
Chair.
Yes.
How? Proposed is part of the discussion.
Legal advice has been given to me. So I have decided, let Councillor Hussain put his proposal. To you, Mr. Hussain.
Apologies to delay further, but I'm just objecting. Is this allowed to have a sign in front of?
Yes, any sign is allowed. Any sign is allowed. Previously, it was sign off, different banner I saw. So it was not any complaint before, so it should not be complaint now. Thank you.
Councillor Hussain, and of course Councillor Smart, I asked you to remove your party's flag from the, you can keep your flag, but I want you to just keep it there. That's the ruling.
Yeah, I respect your advice, but it should be everyone. Thank you. So opposition to blanket 20-mile speed limit zone in Cambridge. Council note that Cambridgeshire County Council has proposed including 20 mile per hour speed limit restriction, new 30 roads in Cambridge City. When combined with the existing road with 20 mile per hour speed restriction, would have the effect of making all the major road in the city 20 mile per hour, equivalent and effective 20 mile per hour city-wide limit. Council believes that the speed restriction should be only implemented with this specific consent and evidence supported by the local community on a street-by-street
Mr.
basis.
Mayor, point of order. Has Councillor Hussain declared an interest in this matter since he is a taxi driver? Does he not have an interest, a pecuniary interest?
Do you have an interest or do you want to declare an interest?
Yes, I am a taxi driver. It was declared in the website all the time, but it is not a taxi driver, not in only use the road, all the commuter, all the Cambridgeshire residents using the road. I am talking on behalf of my residents. I am allowed to do so. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So despite having a financial interest, he's allowed to speak, is he?
There is no financial interest covered with it.
I would advise you, think carefully, because you might say you're doing it for the benefit of the people, but at the same time, you have a financial interest on it. If you're not being careful, you are attracting a criminal offense. You have to be very careful on this. It's your call. I have just advised you. That's all. Thank you.
I am raising this issue for my community. That's clear. The speed restriction should always be implemented with the specific consent, evidence supported by local community, street-by-street basis, to reflect, to impact this may have an individual neighborhood. Lower speed limit can lead insufficient traffic flow, causing vehicle to operate lower gear for longer duration. This result is increasing fuel consumption and high emission, exacerbating the high pollution at the time where we are working to improve our air quality. Many residents and workers in the city that rely on the vehicle for their essential travel. A reduction of the speed limit without a clean justification risks increasing fuel consumption and placing an additional financial burden for the motorist on a time rising the living cost. The decision of the scale should be subjected to comprehensive economical impact assessment and evaluated to the potential consequence in this policy. Major decision affected local businesses, workers, residents, and should be backed by proper research and consultation. To write to Cambridgeshire County Council to object to this existing proposal for the base of individual neighborhood have not been properly consulted, or citywide residents properly aware of the overall transport implication of the citywide 20-mile speed limit restriction. To introducing our submission to Cambridgeshire County Council, a request for a full economic and environmental impact assessment to be conducted before any further proposal of this kind of are made. To engage this meaningful consultation with the local business, residents, and transport professional to ensure any change of the speed limit are evidence-based and proportionate. To prioritize alternative measures of the improving road safety, such as better road maintenance, improving traffic light sequencing, and targeted the enforcement of the high-risk area rather than blanket 20-mile speed limit. And Mr. Mayor, while my motion opposing 20-mile speed limit will be not debated due to this lack of seconder, I believe it is still important to voice concerned many residents who have shared with me concerned with increasing fuel consumption, high pollution, and financial burden the policy places on business and commuters. The real issue is there not the residents who might unintentionally excess the low speed limit road where the road is designed 30 or 40-mile speed limit. A real issue this, who is introducing this policy and make a risk criminalizing ordinary people simply who they try to do about their daily life. So I ask whose actions are truly offensive. I encouraging all the council members to engage with this meaningful dialogue with the residents, listen to their feedback, and ensure their voice are considered in further discussion. May I ask the House if anyone want to be my seconder? And if is no one seconder, yes, Mr. Mayor, you can decide. Thank you.
So, is there anyone want to second? The motion has been put forward by Councillor Hussain. I believe the answer is no. Therefore, your motion has collapsed. Motion failed, sorry. Do you want to second?
No.
Now we move on to agenda item 2D, motion on notice from Councillor Shield. Can I call Councillor Shield to move the motion? I understand Councillor Davey will be the seconder. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Shield, the floor is all for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks all for considering this. Thanks also to Councillor Davey for seconding, to Unison for commissioning the report, and to Ben and Andrew of the Fabian Society for conducting the research. To the text in your papers tonight, I'll add just a few words on 3 areas where a national care service for Britain could make a difference for people, namely workforce development, pay and conditions, and database integration. Number 1, database integration to ensure continuity of care for service users across all settings would be helped by the move to a unified structure such as we have in health. Example from older people's services. A treatment plan made by district nurses and or tissue viability in the community would automatically carry on as is when a person goes into hospital instead of being paused until hospital tissue viability can review. Healthcare assistants and hospital nurses would be able to see the community plan straight away, with more integration, fewer gaps in care. And this is not just about access levels within one system. Currently, Addenbrooke's have Epic, district nurses and some GPs have System 1, County Council has Mosaic, Arthur Rank Hospice can see some but not all of what would help them in terms of alerts from other services, and so on. I'm not imagining that a national care service would instantly fix all incompatibilities. After all, even within health, GPs and hospitals are on different systems and paramedics cannot easily access either of them. But the broad direction of travel would be towards harmonisation of systems with improved quality of life outcomes for service users and stress reduction for health and care professionals. Number 2, workforce development and more support for health and social care qualifications. Bring back some of the incentives for these that Skills for Care used to offer employers via local authorities, including around specialist learning pathways for dementia care. Respect it as a vocation. And on page 42 of the report, it says local areas should develop arrangements for supporting the joint planning and delivery of training and continuing professional development, covering all NHS and adult social care providers. And this too include for workers across all care settings and also for directly employed personal assistants. Make no mistake, Local authorities work hard with contracted providers, or at least Cambridgeshire does, to promote both core training and further professional development. And in the early days of the personalisation agenda, funding was also there for directly employed personal assistants not to miss out on this. With a national care service, a learning and development culture for all starts to become the norm, and we go beyond tentative pilot schemes. Number 3. Better protection for decent conditions of employment, especially around hours worked, sickness benefits, and of course fair pay. As if you didn't know, the hours worked by carers are long. I'm now lucky enough to work standard hours. Home care support workers begin early and finish late. Then, of course, there's the issue of pay. And on page 18 of the report, it says, there are more vacancies in adult social care than ever before. Recruitment and retention of staff is difficult because of low pay, poor conditions and limited opportunities for career advancement. Over 400,000 people left their jobs in the year before this was compiled, 2023. This prevents consistency in support and improvements in training, especially for workers who assist people with the most complex needs and disabilities. On that topic, while we might note the 2% ring-fencing for adult social care within the usual council tax rise, I think it's 4.99% is what Stephen Moore announced. We may especially welcome the recent announcement by Stephen Moore at the county of £8 million to support a 5% increase in the real living wage for care and support workers in the commission sector. Going forward, however, this motion is the stronger for remaining open about funding methods across the nation. After all, while adult social care precepts and changes to national insurance might be looked at, I remember the helpful workshops with Andy Burnham in which he said that Nye Bevan saw care as the unfinished business of a national provision for all. We might view this as a resource allocation priority at the Treasury or comprehensive spending review level. Consider for a moment the optics of the thing. It could be that the simple visibility of a national care service would make it harder for any future government to remove resource quietly, as happened in the 2010s. The slow news throughout that grim decade in social care was the programmatic reduction of central support for local government year on year to nearly nothing, where previously county councils had been tasked with distributing resource from general taxation according to general need. They were now required to generate it, mainly from council tax. And of course, areas with a lot of low band for council tax were likely to be areas with high demand for local authority social care. Meanwhile, the eye-catching headlines in the media would be to do with this or that rescue drop of what would sound like large amounts of money. There would be a sense that national government was heroically picking up the pieces and that local authorities had somehow been wayward and profligate. In reality, they were making the best of a diminishing resource. Cambridgeshire, for example, successfully tendered for a dementia fund from the Department of Health and was securing buy-in from contracted providers, including Ditchburn Place and others. However, sadly, that dementia fund was ended after just a year. But if you asked why the money was being taken away and whether it could be put back, the reply would be that social care was indeed a problem and needed fixing. But you knew that. So it was as if your question had landed nowhere, or spoken only like one whose lungs, or as if you hadn't spoken, or spoken only like one whose lungs were made of leaves. There was hand-wringing about the condition of social care from the very decision makers whose actions were at that moment making the condition of social care much worse. Need for reform was the answer to any query about the planned pulverisation of social care funding, but sadly, the said reform was not even on the horizon. Scarcely was it even on a pretend horizon, but the money kept going away. Despite all talk of big society from the so-called coalition, grant funding and size of contract for third sector bodies providing mental health services was reduced, and reduced again, and then reduced again. Ministers in the meantime, and at the same time, spoke of giving mental health parity of esteem. Do we remember that? Parity of esteem. But it's as if the phrase was what you got instead of the thing that is disappearing even as the words grow, like a sort of consolation prize. In the days of COVID-19, it was all the rage for things to be ramped up and for them to be done at scale and at pace, especially and just when they were going slowly and badly. What would Adorno say? Can you imagine? I bet he would say something like, the discourse bears witness against itself. The discourse bears witness against itself. Anyway, we've been told to wait for the reform. This is the plan. And so please do support the motion. And maybe this time together, we'll make the words come true. Thanks.
Councillor Davy, do you wish to speak now? You have 3 minutes, 35 seconds.
I reserve the right.
Thank you. Is there a debate? Yeah, Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry, it's Payne rather than Bennett, sorry.
I don't mind if Councillor Bennett wants to go first.
Different names.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. I've spoken to Councillor Shields several times about social care issues. I know that he's passionate, honest, and deeply concerned about those issues. And I salute his drive and bringing this motion. However, I do have to point out that the National Labour government's proposed social security cuts for disabled will put further strain on disabled people's ability to afford care. It will also put further strain on County Council and unitary finances because the Social Care Act of 2014 duties will not be amended. And we know that people who have health issues often use their PIP and social security benefits to support their adult care funding. And I also wish to apologise because I forgot to declare an interest in Councillor Hussein's motion, which is I am a member of a party that is affiliated to the National 20s Plenty campaign. And also, I'd like to declare some personal interests of mine in this motion. I'm a disabled woman. I'm a local government association disabilities champion. I'm a member of the Low Income Tax Reform Group, which has a large involvement in care issues. And I'm a family carer, as well as a recipient of care and an employer of carers. Thank you.
Councillor Payne, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Shield for bringing this motion to this chamber in such a lyrical and beautiful manner. I'm very glad he had the opportunity to give his speech and for the debate to happen, which is apparently not a privilege the rest of this chamber necessarily enjoys. Our side would, however, like to offer our support for this motion, and it does quite rightly highlight, I think, the dire state of our social care system. I think we're all very familiar that years of neglect have left this service struggling to meet the needs of the most vulnerable people. However, I think we have to say we do find it ironic that our Labour Council is now having to resort to motions to try to pressure their own party in government to do the right thing. If only we had a Labour MP in the city, or maybe even in this chamber, who could perhaps go to talk to someone in Westminster and say just how very damaging and concerning this is for the people of Cambridge. So Wes Streeting, our Labour Minister for Health, recently indicated that long-term funding reform for social care won't happen until 2028 at the earliest. Now, this delay is deeply concerning. It contradicts the urgency expressed in this motion, and indeed, this council may no longer exist by 2028. Nevertheless, the crisis in social care transcends party lines. It affects us all, and we believe it requires a unified approach. I'd like to highlight the significant work of Sir Ed Davey and the Liberal Democrats in championing improvements in care services. Long before it became a national talking point, Ed Davey pushed for a cross-party commission on the future of the NHS and social care. And Ed consistently called for a 1p rise in income tax to fund health and social care. We've been at the forefront of calls to value our care workers properly, advocating for better pay, improved conditions and clear career progression. These align closely with Unison's campaign for a national care service, which is one of the reasons we support this motion. We didn't use those words, but in terms of the aims and objectives behind our party's policies, we feel that they're aligned with what Unison have called for. So in supporting this, we would urge our Labour colleagues to look beyond the party lines and push their leadership to act sooner than 2028. The crisis in social care is happening now, and it requires actions now to create a service that's fit for purpose. Thank you.
Councillor Tong, please.
Can I say I really respect the diplomacy of both Councillor Bennett and Councillor Payne. I have to admit, I find it a little more than ironic that this motion's being put forward given the current context. I think it's genuinely disgusting with the potential cuts that are being proposed, which could hit the most vulnerable residents of this city. Our time and effort should be spent actually offering feedback and criticism of what might be plans to go forward, rather than just grovelling at the feet of national government and pretending they're doing a good job. We can't be saying, great job, while this is being threatened. I just wanted to note that.
Thank you, Councillor Eva.
Thank you. I really welcome this motion. From a personal background, my mother's been a nurse in the NHS for over 20 years, specifically with long stay patients and patients waiting to be discharged. So from her, hearing from her, I know how overstressed that department is and the desperate need for a national care service and a care service plan. So to have a consistent approach across the country would really benefit, obviously, people in this country. So I really do welcome this. And I also should probably declare an interest as well, because she's opened a care agency, but that's not operating yet, but she has, so I should declare that.
Thank you. Councillor Sam Carling.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just a very short plea, really, to Councillor Tong, I guess, specifically just after those remarks there. We haven't seen any of the detail as to what the government is potentially proposing around changes to the welfare system. There's been news articles galore all over the place. I've just looked it up. I've got 4 completely different headlines here with totally different perspectives just from Googling it. I think it's really important that we don't add too much to the sort of the hype and fear around this. I think it's important that we just wait to see what's actually coming forward, and then we can sort of make decisions around how we want to go forward about that. But let's not make this too excessive.
Thank you, Mayor. I congratulate my fellow councillor for bringing this motion, but I do believe it needs to have some more teeth added to it. We've got words like, but there is hope. We don't want hope, we want action. We welcome, and this council also welcomes the commitment made. We don't welcome the commitment, we want that commitment put into action. So I believe we need to put some other words on the back of this motion, that we write to Unison, actually saying we will back them in what they're planning to do. And we need to write to the government to say, as part of the Unitary Authority, we will be seeking more funds to make sure we can provide these much needed people in help and care with the proper way they should be looked after. Thank you.
Are there any? Okay. Councillor Davy asked the second of the original. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak up, but I thought I would. Well done, Patrick. Great motion. Care, we all know that we're desperate for carers, and think of all the people that are suffering every day because there's not enough carers. I'm glad that Councillor Carling mentioned about the benefits, because nothing has been decided yet. And as everybody knows, I'm disabled too. I've used the care system, and some of the carers I had were really good. Some weren't. I had to wait 6 hours in the morning, not able to go to a pee or anything like that, which is wrong. You know, it's inhuman. There's lots of things that we can do about getting carers in to help disabled people. It may only just be a little job they have to do, and the rest of the day the disabled person or the elderly are able to carry on. It's just perhaps something to get them out of bed and then put them to bed at night. That's all they need. But that is, we all need that. But so they can carry on a normal day's work. Disabled people work hard as well. And, you know, I think we always have to prove ourselves, which is wrong. We shouldn't have to prove ourselves to anybody. We're like anybody else. So I think in this chamber we've got Councillor Bennett and myself that are voices for the disabled people of this city or anywhere who wants to hear, because you can do whatever you want. So please, you know, and Patrick, carry on the good work. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Davey, is the second.
Thank you. Councillor Shield and I first met in 2009 when we were both working for the Adult Social Care Service at the County Council. And it was apparent then that things weren't right. And so we've both got skin in the game, if I'm honest, and history in this. And then when you look at what's happened subsequently, the Dilnut report from 2011, so I'm showing my age here, but that came up with a series of proposals about how adult social care could be tackled in a different way. I think it's quite clear that it's been one of those problems that's too difficult. It's always too difficult. But the reality is the impact that adult social care costs have had on local government have been significant and enormous. In the County Council, we used to have what's called the graph of doom, which demonstrated that the older the population got, and allied to austerity, the less money there'd be for every other service. So it's not just about adult social care, it's about every other service. And one of the reasons that I think it's so important that this motion comes now is because in 2 years' time, there will be unitary authority for this area and we'll be managing adult social care. So now's the time to answer Councillor Payne's questions as to why we need to start putting extra pressure on central government. Just because we're a Labour council and a Labour government, that doesn't stop us campaigning for things that we believe are important. So I slightly take offence to what Councillor Tong is saying, because that's our role as a Labour government and a Labour council, because we can put pressure on. I therefore welcome Councillor Shield's motion. I think it is time for radical change. Social care should become part of an institution that responds properly to the needs of older and disabled people. And as such, we therefore support Unison's campaign. And I think Councillor Ashton's correct. We do and should be writing to West Streeting and to Unison as a result. National standards are not properly enforced and care workers are often facing poverty, wages and exploitation. So it's not just about the people who receive it, it's also about people who give the care. And some are taking home even less due to the inadequate travel time and overnight pay. Therefore, we want a service that gives access to quality care for all those who need it. It's focused on providing world-class social care, not delivering profits for shareholders. Has national pay terms and conditions for all care workers and a proper plan for the workforce, and has a long-term adequate funding for high-quality care service. I therefore urge everybody within the chamber to support Councillor Shield's excellent motion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what's the point of?
I just wanted to mention there's more than 2 disabled people in this chamber. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Can I? Yes, the same, yes, point of order, because when I speak on behalf of whole Cambridgeshire residents, and they are mentioning about my financial interest here, but where they are directly taking financial interest, and they are talking about on behalf of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Fine. Councillor Holloway, I am of the understanding.
Must respond to Councillor Delaware's point on that. We declared interests at the start. I very clearly said that I work in adult social care and am a Unison member. So the idea that there's a conflict of interest that we haven't fully shared is not right. And the very fact that Councillor Davey has highlighted it in his speech, again, is making sure that everyone is clear that we do have, as Councillor Davey says, skin in the game. So, come on, let's be fair. Thank you.
I believe Councillor Holloway, as the Executive Councillor, have the right to reply.
Thank you. I just say thank you very much to Councillor Shield for
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much for an excellent motion, Councillor Shield. And it is a very timely debate as we look to potentially moving to a unitary authority where we would have responsibility for adult social care. So I'm sure that debates of this nature will go on in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Now, Councillor Shield, as the mover of the original motion, you have the right to reply for up to 3 minutes. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks everybody for taking part in the debate. I'll try and be brief. First of all, Councillor Bennett, I absolutely take seriously the points that you've raised around benefits. I think that's a different conversation for a different day. This is to do with a national care service. Benefits and assessments are something that we need to think about in this chamber. As I said to you before the meeting, I understand that the freezing of personal independence payment may be relaxed going forward, but there could be other things, such as the way mental health assessments are made in the context of benefits that we need to talk about and argue about. But that's not what this is to do with. Let's not feel that the plan for a national care service is going to have a shadow over it just because there are conversations that probably we all want to have in this chamber about assessments and benefits. Councillor Bennett, you very sportingly wrote to me a couple of weeks ago about the national insurance contribution, which could potentially be paid for by the funds that would be recouped if all the measures in respect of non-DOMs were brought in. And thank you for giving me time to think and research that. My understanding is that it is still in Councillor Rachel Reeves's plan to raise funds in that way, but the national insurance rise, which we all know might be on the table as a possible source of funding for this, wasn't one of the things that the Labour manifesto, for what it's worth, connects to monies to be saved from catching up with non-DOMs. And I suppose that what that made me think is, let's not let's not have our hands tied by the fact that there are these question marks about funding. And I'm reaching end of my time, so maybe if I could just very quickly give the last word on this to Andrew and Ben, who wrote the motion, which is that if we get too tied up with what's going to be the funding source, it's ultimately the wrong question to ask first, and I quote. And they also say it's been an error in the past to link reform of social care to questions of revenue raising. I think where this motion is coming from is, let's decide exactly what we want and how it's all going to fit together first, and then have a big discussion about possible forms of payment. But then, just to pick up on Councillor Payne and Councillor Tong's contributions, thank you very much. I think that we are possibly going to be in sympathy around timing, and 2028 does feel a long way away, and so I think maybe bringing this to the attention of government can only be a positive thing, because we won't we've had so many conversations in the past, which is the funding's not available because the reform is necessary. Well, this is the reform that we'd like to be considered.
Councillor Shield,
is that the end of my time?
I think you have reached the time.
I'm sorry, I've gone over my time, but thank you very much for taking part. Thanks.
Now, members, we will now move to the electronic vote on the motion. Thirty-four in support and 1 against, 0 abstention. Therefore, the motion is carried. Now, agenda item 3, officers' decision. Members
Point of order,
are
Mr. Mayor. Point of order.
Sorry?
Our group is dismayed at events from this evening. We feel that your interpretation of the Constitution on this and previous occasions has been partisan and intended to stifle debate for political reasons. We no longer have faith in you to chair this council with impartiality, and we therefore request to move a motion of no confidence in your mayoralty, and we're happy to correspond with the head of legal services about ways to achieve that within the Constitution.
pause until I get some advice on this. So, ask the legal team want some time to look at it. I will follow I'll follow the proceedings, and before we end, we will look into it. Of course, he requires some time. Okay, now, agenda item 3, the officer's decision.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. Could we have the advice on the Constitution, the procedure direct from the monitoring officer? I think on this occasion, it's very important that we don't have the advice on the Constitution filtered through yourself when you are subject to what has just been moved. I would very much like to hear whether it is feasible or possible under the Constitution to delay what has just been moved. I would have thought it was necessary to hear that immediately.
So, Mayor, with your
yes, go ahead.
So, just to respond to that point, I think on such an important point, it is one where I certainly would want to look at the Constitution in detail and consider whether or not what has been moved from the floor, which was moved with, I think, the helpful proviso that indeed there would be time provided to look at it, to look at the procedure, rather than rushing ahead in something so important. I would want to look thoroughly at the Constitution and consider that. So my suggestion to the Mayor there was that I believe we have one item of business, which is to note some committee appointments. There's the Camp Conservatives and the Combined Authority, to hear those, and then, as suggested, for this to be considered outside the scope of this meeting. Or, indeed, I simply don't wish to rush a ruling at this stage.
Point of order, there must be in the Constitution a provision for moves of no confidence in the chair. And if there is, please would you read those out to us, and please can we embark on that procedure?
Can I just, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, what I did suggest to the Mayor before embarking on that explanation was I would appreciate a 5-minute pause while I look at the Constitution, while I'm able to provide that ruling. I'm not willing to do that, I'm afraid, directly and in haste.
We'll have to pause for 5 minutes.
Point of order, could we call for a confidence vote in the Mayor at this meeting now? So could we call for a vote of confidence in the Mayor? So could we have a vote now, call for a confidence vote in the Mayor? They're calling for a no confidence vote. Can I call for a confidence vote in the Mayor? And we take a vote on that now. All those in favour? Do I get a seconder?
What I do, I'll adjourn for 5 minutes. So that means we'll be back in 5 past 10. Members, there is no procedure to cover these proposed motions without notice. However, I am exercising my discretion to suspend Council Procedure Rule 4A14 to allow this motion without notice to be considered. Therefore, I will hand over to my deputy, as that would be unfair for me taking in this vote against me. So she will be taking the vote, then I will pass it on to her.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have two votes. The first vote we are taking is a vote of no confidence in the Mayor, brought by the opposition. And the second vote will be a vote for confidence in the Mayor, brought by Councillor Ashton. So we go to the first vote, please. This is for a vote of no confidence. Okay, yeah.
Sorry?
Do we need a second? Yeah, yeah. So I'm the proposer, yeah? Or you need a proposer as well? All right, yeah, yeah. So the first vote then, our proposer is Councillor Martinelli. Do we have a seconder, please? Councillor Tom. So we now proceed to the first vote for a vote of no confidence in the Mayor. Rosie and motion. Okay.
I can't vote. No.
Well, they haven't voted. Yeah, so.
People who haven't voted aren't here. So that's fine.
So that vote is lost by 21 votes to 13 with no abstentions. We now proceed to the second vote. The proposer is Councillor Ashton, and this is a vote of confidence in our Mayor. And I have a seconder, please. Councillor Rosie Moore. Oh, but it's gone out. Maybe it's gone out, yeah.
Everyone, people who aren't here. That's correct.
He's gone home, yeah. Yep, okay. And the motion is carried by 22 votes, 12 against, no abstentions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was going to make an announcement after towards the end of the council meeting, but now I have the luxury of announcing it now. Thank you very much. This is being my last full council meeting, and thank you very much. Hope you have. Thank you very much for the help and support. This being my last full council meeting before the next AGM. Thank you. Over to Mike Davey. Thank you.
If I can just use the council's indulgence. Usually this would happen at a different time, but I'm aware that because it's the last full council before the elections take place in May, there are, I know, at least 2 councillors who are leaving. And it is with profound sadness that both of them are moving on. One we knew had to go, Councillor Carling, who's now doing a wonderful job as an MP in Parliament. I have to say, impressing all and sundry, and I'm really grateful for the work you've done in the City on Governance, Sam, because it has been outstanding. And to take us through this, regardless of whether or not there's been agreement in the end, it has been fantastic to work with you and alongside you, so thank you so much. And on a very personal level, Alice Gildesdale is also leaving, and I'd like to say thank you to Alice for all her work over the last 4 years on this council. On a purely personal note, thank you for everything you've done as the Deputy Leader of the Council. Thank you for indulging me, Mr Mayor.
Yay! We move on to item number 3. Members are asked to note the following decisions contained on page number 19 to 23 of the agenda. 3B, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority, appointment of Council Audit and Governance Committee Reserve, substitute member. 3C, appointment of Cambridge City Council representative to the Conservator of Riverham. 3D, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority, appointment of one member to CPCA's Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Thank you. That now concludes the council meeting. And again, thank you very much for Alice Gill, Councillor Alice Gill today, and Councillor Sam Carling. I wish you very success for all your future endeavours. Thank you.
That's it.